Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot-around and overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
1620 The Zone will be broadcasting live on Friday, January 26th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pinkout game. Stop by and drop off a donation of paper products, gift cards, or cash to support cancer patients staying at the Hope Lodge, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers who must travel to Omaha for their life-saving treatment. Once again, 1620 The Zone live January 26th from the American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska. For more details, listen to 1620 The Zone and visit cancer.org/pinkout.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Nestled another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sent him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, I apologize for keeping you guys waiting a little bit today, but hello.
No apologies necessary. Any extra time I can to rest is good.
Oh.
It's been a long day.
Oh, well, Josh, we can't hear you right now, but I wish we could.
He's muted.
It's been a long day?
There he is. Yeah, it's been a long day, John. How much have you had to shovel?
Twice.
Ugh.
And one of them included getting a car unstuck from...
Ugh! There was a car stuck in the middle of Dodge Street while we were talking to Sipple.
That's a bad place to be stuck.
I was concerned about my ability to get home last night, which ended up being a breeze. I am now concerned about my ability to get home today.
Yeah.
From the seat that I'm sitting in.
I saw a picture out of Norfolk.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
That's how the natives call it.
Call it how it's spelled. But there is a snowdrift the size of a semi. There is a semi covered by a snowdrift.
Oh, yeah. It's blowing.
Yeah,
it's not good out here where I'm living. It's bad. It's horrible.
This really sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
Turns out Snowmageddon was real.
Oh, it was real, and it was not spectacular.
I do appreciate how because we like to do our poking of the weather people when either the snow doesn't come or
the poke boys,
or the snow comes maybe later than anticipated, but it's all in good fun. I did a Ryan Day meme last night.
That made me laugh very hard. That was funny, Happer.
Right. So this morning, the weathermen have bitten back on. Have you seen any of this?
Oh no. Yeah.
They're like,
I just saw a screenshot of a bunch of ones from Rusty Lord.
Oh
yeah. He seemed very triggered by a lot of the people saying, "How about the dome? How about the dome?" He didn't seem to be a big fan.
I thought it was all in good fun, but
yeah, I did too. I think I mentioned that earlier this week. I very much learned that the weather people do not like jokes about an OMA dome or a Link dome. It really seems to upset them.
I understand where it comes from.
Oh,
because it's the same. we have our pet peeves. We have our annoyances, when, and I had a great analogy, and of course I've forgotten it, about things that folks like to mention, and we don't like to hear that in our world.
My turkey drop thing. I hate the turkey drop.
That's just you, Nick. Everybody else is
I
fine.
think you're literally the only person.
Well, it's same
Everybody
concept.
else is fine with that.
It's the same concept, though.
Well, no, but it's more than that because we're arguing. That's more of a taste thing, a like thing. This is more to
how you think all FM DJs sound the same.
So no, we're trying to figure out what do broadcasters
again. I had a
hate?
great analogy. I've forgotten it. So when I come up with it next summer, when this crap is gone, I almost said the S word. When this crap is gone, I'll try to remember.
Create a new Twitter account, John. What things broadcasters hate?
Is it like akin to like when one of us makes a prediction and then like the first quarter goes wrong and like against our prediction and a bunch of people are I thought this was gonna happen. Yeah.
No, it's like that. It is.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's when maybe we all were it was kind of like it sometimes happens where maybe all of us think that Nebraska doesn't have much of a chance. I'll just use that as an example. And then it's tied at halftime or something. And the mentions just go nuts with, you do that. Because there's this weird universe that exists where people get triggered by predictions.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a prediction.
Yeah.
And yet people like to get their receipts, right? Well, that's what weather is, except what the weather guys are doing. I mean, there's some science behind it. I mean, they went to school for this stuff. Our ability to tell what the weather is going to do is as great today as it's ever been. I mean, we've got satellites. They can read all these instruments, the weather balloons, all this stuff.
Would you say, John, that it's easier to forecast weather than it is a football game?
Yes. Yes.
I agree.
By far. Because, I mean, we only complain on days like this where the difference between a 1-inch snow and a 10-inch snow, I mean, there's this much annoying and then there's this much annoying, right? But on a random April day where the temperature is 58 degrees, if it's off by like 5 degrees, people aren't losing their minds because it's just a random day in April. It's only in these severe events like, thunderstorms or crap like this that people really get triggered if the prediction is either overshoots the mark or undershoots the mark. But for the rest of the year, when the weather is quote unquote normal, no one cares if you're off by 5 degrees.
John, was that all that to say that
the annoyance is?
So all of that to say, it's okay if I say the snow is done because it's just a prediction. There's no need to be upset by me making a prediction that happens to be wrong.
There's a difference because you're bringing ill against us because you've proven many times that when you do that, you've been proven wrong every time.
No.
Every time.
Not the 100-degree guarantee.
Every time you have said the snow is done, the snow is not done.
I think I'm going to nail it this year. I feel pretty
100%.
good.
It's actually better than the Grumball, which is no longer undefeated.
No, Grumball remains undefeated. Everybody knows.
Did you guys check the tapes on that one?
Oh, we did. He said he's going to Georgia.
But it's still undefeated because he did go to Georgia.
I'm not arguing this again.
Dylan went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal.
He was not looking for a soul to steal.
I thought it was about something else.
No, Happer, yes. I did say that Nebraska will not make the NCAA tournament, but we have 2 months to figure out if that is correct or not.
That's true.
Yeah, I said that about a month ago. Yeah.
Josh is forecasting Nebraska not making the NCAA tournament.
In one of the crossovers at the beginning of the year, Josh, you did walk that back.
Did I?
You did.
No, I said that they would go to the postseason, Nick. I didn't say they would go to the NCAA tournament. Yeah,
technically.
No, there's a difference. NIT is different. NIT is different.
Much different.
Yeah.
Much different.
John can attest to that.
Yeah.
Today is the NIT of weather.
Pretty bad.
Nobody get out there. It's very dangerous. Do not go
there
to
and it's unwanted.
Happer, do you regret coming into the station today?
I think I'll be able to make it back home.
Wow.
I'm a little concerned about just my neighborhood, like getting in there,
Dude.
managing the hills and stuff.
Given we live in a very similar part of town, I have no idea how like you'll get around. It is horrible out here. It is so bad.
I don't like your odds, Hap. If it's as bad there as it is here, I don't like.
I'll just take some extra work. Is all. Maybe have to get the mini shovel out. Nick, we found out yesterday, is a really big fan of the extendo shovels.
I want an extendo shovel.
And I had to explain to Nick, they're really cheap. They're actually inexpensive for that reason.
It's like I've always wanted one, but I've never looked into getting one. You know, I've seen them like, oh, those are cool.
Store them in your car.
Like I told you yesterday, the only time I think about the extendo shovel are the tactical shovels that you used to see on Facebook all the time that were also like an axe.
Where you could like break a window with it or something like that. Yeah, I don't have that.
Wasn't that something you got on your initiation to murder cult?
Oh, Josh didn't think you could trust me with it yet.
I don't have any shovels. I have 0 shovels. I should probably get one. I used to have a tiny baby shovel. I don't think I have it anymore, though.
Jordan is wondering
if you're talking about the one you used to have with the pail when you took it to the beach.
Not that tiny baby.
You're talking about
not that tiny baby.
Jordan is wondering if I have a 4x4 with truck nuts. I don't.
The truck nuts give you an extra 2 horsepower.
I don't, but I have. I do have 4-wheel drive, and that was a blessing this morning. But it's not. It does not have truck nuts. So
sad.
That's good.
Are you going to get truck nuts?
You should get truck
if
nuts.
I make it home, I might earn truck
merch
nuts.
idea for 1620 the zone.
1620 the truck nuts.
The truck nuts.
Yes. Mark, I hope you're listening.
Good idea.
That'd be awesome.
I like it.
Put it on our store.
John, a text coming in from Sean to 402-951-1620. He says, Josh saying the snow is done is more accurate than any meteorologist's snow prediction. I still believe the dusting we got does not disqualify Josh's proclamation. What a kind and gentle servant Sean is.
Who's this? Who's doofus?
No, he's not a doofus. He's a friend of the Grum, and he's probably very handsome.
Doofus if he thinks that.
It's Josh's other burner because he hasn't been
No,
using
yeah,
my burner.
Nick, my phone is right here. I won't text with it.
Why aren't you saying who it is then?
I said it was Sean. It was Sean.
Your
Yeah,
phone's
SHAUN.
Your phone's out of sight. We can't see you. We don't know if you're typing on it.
I'm not typing right now.
Could be using your toesies.
No, I don't know how to type with my toes. I have 2 pairs of socks on my toes right now, Nick, so I can't be typing on my feet.
You're inside, Josh. What do you
I just took Banks outside, so I put on double socks.
That is a lot of socks for inside.
You just took Jamal Banks out.
Yeah, I did. Yes, my new favorite player, Jamal Banks. I can't wait for him to play well, and I'll say, Mr. Banks. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so good. I want to introduce him.
People were also wondering how Nick got here before.
Our boss.
Yeah, he was picked up by our boss who drives a Jeep.
My car in my parking would not leave my parking spot.
Nice.
I'm buried.
Nice.
I'm just straight up buried.
I'm getting very concerned because I am calling the Creighton women versus Providence on Sunday afternoon, and it's not so much the snow. Like the snow, it won't be snowing anymore after today. It's the sub-zero temperatures freezing my car into place, given that there is snow around it right now that I am much more concerned about. Not great.
It will be quite cold.
It's going to be quite cold. Oh my god.
Are you worried your car's going to be encased in ice?
Basically. It's funny, last night I was surprised. I went outside this morning, John, and I was very surprised to see that like no snow had stuck onto my car, which was nice given, how much wind we had. But there are people in my complex who have not cleaned off their car at all at any point over the last week. And it's just like, well, that's a poor life decision right there. I would eventually.
Same. There wasn't any snow piled on my car either, but other people in my complex, I don't know what they're going to do.
Oh boy. Yeah.
John, do we think you'll be okay getting to Omaha tomorrow?
I don't know.
Are you going to call the Creighton game from there?
I have no idea yet. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. I'm already dreading this weekend. Because there's nothing I hate more than driving in this kind of weather.
Yeah.
So
at least it won't be snowing anymore when you drive to Omaha.
Well, but the problem is even if it's not snowing, it's the wind picking up all the snow on the ground, and it's that light, fluffy stuff.
You've got some,
and you're on the open interstate where it's just constantly blowing across. But
John's got truck nuts.
You got some street cred in Lincoln. Just go to the city and ask to borrow one of the named plows.
I may do that.
John, why don't you just call the game from home like the COVID times?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Oh, God. Like I said, this weekend's going to be brutal.
Yeah. It's never
Hey,
fun when the weather is so bad in the weekend that everyone's just like, "Can we fast forward to next week?" Sorry, John. I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah,
I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if I could just be homebound the whole weekend.
I know.
And as most of you probably might be, and if you are, tip the cap, enjoy the playoffs. But yeah, for those of us who actually have to be out, it's not a whole lot of fun. Do we want the latest from my new friend Horace on the Alabama?
Yes,
the Horace
Yes.
update.
Horace.
Yeah, this is Horace at large elephants spelled with a Y.
Elephants.
This is my new friend from Alabama. This is responding to
Yeehaw.
Sark. So Coach Sark not taking the job apparently because they put out a tweet that said just getting started, and it's got a bunch of Coach Sark highlights. And someone asked Horace, "Who do you want, Horace?" And Horace said, "Saban or Saban, one them's, it's like cat kits and footballs made and not fake spot getters like Shrieking is. Hashtag Roll Tide."
Oh my God. What language is this?
Alabama.
I'm looking at these tweets for the first time. What is
Oh,
this?
you didn't see
There's
the one
also-
Happer? The one where he tweeted at Joe Klatt the other day, and Joe Klatt was like, "I don't know what any of this means." It was the funniest thing that Joe Klatt has ever said.
No, I have not seen that.
There's also a response to Stephen A. Smith wanting Deion Sanders to replace Nick Saban. Horace said, "We ain't want Dean Slathers at here because he ain't Saban or knew a football was and thinking ass bats was on roofs like it turned football before win. Hashtag Roll Tide."
How is it? What is this, a voice tweet? Maybe
That's what we think.
Okay.
Or it's just a bit that this person is very good at committing to.
That's
No,
what
this is a
some
real-life
people
guy.
did respond to us yesterday and said that this guy is a bit. So, which made me sad.
Oh, I don't
There's
know.
kayfabe involved.
Listen, it's great kayfabe. I mean, listen, it's Randy Savage got bit by a snake once, but they took the venom out. So all kayfabe.
I like the way
It
you
look-
said
but-
like Randy Savage.
But it looked like real,
Ah.
brother.
His bio is pretty funny. Bama alump, super more good now. Alabama football is all and nothing else. Don't matter. 82-time nap chance. Hashtag Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, baby.
I love that every weekend. Oh God,
John, are you okay?
I'm fine, but it made me laugh.
Happer, there was a point in the show yesterday where we came back from break and Josh and I were just waiting for John to start talking, but his screen was dark. And right when I was about to ask if he was fine, his screen just shows up and he just starts talking like nothing happened.
Nice.
Nothing happened. Would you like to hear what Horace had to wish everyone on New Year's Day?
Yeah.
Sure.
Happy New Year's and Saban to one more chaps like today and lasterday is and was still big football mama goddess with antlers to made football's birth. Hashtag Roll Tide.
Brian says the best part of John reading these posts is how he goes back to normal English when he says hashtag Roll Tide.
I also like the emphasis you put on the roll. You say Roll Tide, not
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
It's Roll Tide.
Roll
John is
Tide.
really good at this.
Roll Tide.
The worse he says it, the better it sounds.
I know.
Hashtag Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Hashtag Roll Tide. Oh, but that's what we have to look forward
This
to.
is a treasure trove of
It
content.
is. He's great. I love him.
It's
He's my
amazing.
new friend.
I like Horace.
I like Horace too.
The Horace
At
boys.
large Ellie fans.
Ellie fans.
I loved all the memes today too of various barbecue places showing, they're smoking their ribs and whatnot, and people just jumping on saying, Alabama's got a new coach. Alabama's got a new coach."
Well, they do have a new coach now. They really got a new coach, it seems like. Kalen
It's-
DeBoring, John.
John, do you want to apologize again for your takes on Kalen DeBoer?
I ain't gonna
You said he
apologize
wasn't
for
good enough for Nebraska. Now he's at Bama.
You said he was DeBoring.
He was compared to Matt Rule.
I'm pretty sure Kalen DeBoer was on the wheel. Now,
Was he?
Oh yeah, I'm sure he was.
we'd have to go back and see how he graded out, but
We need Josh to find this. I want to hear what you said about him.
I'm pretty sure I was a fan of Kalen DeBoer, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I imagine he graded out well.
Sure, he was on the wheel of coaches.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was on the wheel for sure. But now he's the coach at Alabama, and he was the coach at
Roll
the
Tide.
University of Sioux Falls 15 years ago.
Oh, Iowa.
That's right. Big Iowa guy. He's from South Dakota. It's not Iowa, but South Dakota, Nick.
Bud Elliott just tweeted out a stat that in non-COVID seasons, Kalen DeBoer is 101-9.
That's pretty good.
101-9. Oh my
Better than
gosh.
Saban.
Oh, careful.
Might he be better than Saban?
Oh, 402-951-1620.
Some are wondering.
And now we wait for Jim Harbaugh.
And now we
Yeah,
wait for
seriously.
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, we got some stuff to accomplish yet here in the college football
I
season.
mean, think about where we were 48 hours ago. 48 hours ago, Nick Saban was the coach at Alabama. Pete Carroll was the coach of the Seahawks, and Bill Belichick was the coach of the Patriots. 48 hours later, now the Seahawks are still looking. Gerard Mayo is now the head coach of the Patriots, and it looks like Kalen DeBoer is the head coach of Washington in 48 hours. It's incredible how fast these things move, isn't it?
Yeah, remember Saban said it was going to happen within 72, and he might have overshot it.
Well, and
these are huge jobs, and there's no. I mean, goodness, we filled lesser jobs in our building, and it took 6 months to figure it out.
It does make me wonder where Harbaugh will go, because everybody was kind of just set on him going to New England, right?
No.
No, that was my prediction.
Yeah. Most people, Nick, think he's
I
going
think
to the
there
Chargers.
The Chargers and the Bears were like the two popular destinations.
Because he played in both. He played for both franchises. And the Chargers have a really good young quarterback. In theory.
Do they?
Yeah, in theory.
The most mid quarterback
He's
in
like
the world?
15th, I think, is what
we had him at. Yeah.
Literally the most mid quarterback in the league.
now, just because of like the chaos factor, I would have liked to see Kalen DeBoer say no, just to see what would have happened after that.
Correct. Because it seemed like it was going to be someone from a bigger job, like no offense, but someone from a bigger job than Washington.
So, I mean, that's where you really start to get into your Stephen A. Smith, Deion Sanders things at that point. At that point, he becomes like a real life, like, whoa, that could actually happen.
I was hoping that it was going to be Tommy Rees, because that would have just been an all-time step back for the program, and they would have really struggled.
I thought it would have been funny if Belichick ended up at Alabama.
I don't think that was happening.
Yeah,
that would have been interesting, Nick.
Still, maybe
it definitely would have been interesting.
That's why Saban stepped down the day before, so Belichick could slide into those DMs. You know, he helped him out.
Levi in Colorado says John Bishop's favorite coach, Gerard Mayo.
Oh, John, are you a big Mayo guy?
Gerard Mayo.
Nice.
Patriots didn't go with Coach Prime. They went with Coach Slime.
Nice. This is going to be good for our bit, John. Whenever we talk about the Patriots, there will be lots of mayonnaise jokes.
Ugh.
Slime.
Gross.
Slime.
Which it's a base. He's
Gerard,
a
it's not
base.
your fault that your name is a terrible condiment.
Hey, John, have you ever had...
I hope he hires Colonel Mustard to run the defense.
I can't wait for offensive coordinator ranch dressing. He's going to do a really good job.
Blue cheese. Quarterback coach.
I think
blue
every
cheese.
audible call for the Patriots now needs to be
Condiments.
Well,
Buffalo.
John is really going to relish this.
Ketchup.
Thank you.
You know, everyone got triggered by Omaha, and now it's here we go. Pretty soon it's going to be Arby sauce. Arby sauce.
Come on, Patriots. Lean into the bit. Help us out. We would appreciate it.
They should find somebody out there with the last name Ranch.
You should.
Cane sauce 83.
Oh,
Cane sauce 83.
People do like talking about cane sauce.
Casey should do a deal with the Patriots, so then they say boomerang. Casey's boomerang sauce.
What's that?
Oh, it's good. You should try it.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
Has anybody heard of that?
No.
You guys have missed out.
It sounds fine.
I've been to Casey's many times. I've never heard of this.
I love
It reminds
sauces that
me-
have names like boomerang, or I'm trying to think of other names for.
It reminds me of
Awesome
a slightly more, I don't want to say spicy, but it's kind of got more of a spice than
wang in
Freddy
it.
sauce. More of a wang than Freddy sauce. A slightly more wangy Freddy sauce.
I'm intrigued. I would try it.
Yeah, sounds good, Nick.
Yeah. Any Casey's, just they have it.
Boomerang. Here we go, boomerang.
Problem is they don't have any Casey's in Greater New England yet.
Not yet until
no.
Iowa takes over the entire United States of America. Speaking of condiments, so last night at the basketball game, we were celebrating Australia night, and one of the bits they did for the video was one of the videos was to make all of the players try Vegemite.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So have you had Vegemite?
I haven't.
I don't even know what it is.
I know about it. I know everything about it. I've just
So
never had
the
it.
Australians had, and you're not supposed to eat it off of a spoon, which is what they made them do in the video. You spread it on bread or whatever. And so they had it, and that was a part of the video, and they did fine with it because they've had it before. But the other girls on the basketball team, one of them actually puked.
Oh God!
Threw up. so they cut to the Australians eating the Vegemite, and they're like, yeah, this is pretty normal. And then they cut to the most dramatic one, who was Kendall Coley, and it's just her going. It's a great video, and now I'm kind of interested to try Vegemite for a punishment maybe or something like that.
It's a thick brown Australian food spread made from leftover brewer's yeast extract with various vegetable and spice additives.
I like the idea of all of us eating this on air and seeing what happens.
Oh God.
It says Vegemite has a strong flavor. It is salty, slightly bitter, malty, and has an umami flavor similar to beef bouillon.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to eat beef bouillon just straight up. That would not be good. Have you ever seen beef bouillon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's good in stuff, but not by itself.
Sounds like a fun bit.
I'm just saying, if we need a punishment or something like that, just to try.
Next time John's wrong about something, so like in 5 minutes, probably.
I don't know where we can. Oh, Amazing Daniel knows where we can get Vegemite.
Oh
yeah, Chippies. They have a bunch of British adjacent food.
Okay,
Chippies. That's what my wife and I call chips. We have chippies.
Do you eat them on a Tuesday?
Chippies and dippy.
With your shrampies?
With my shrampies. Hell yeah, Nick.
Lord.
Oh my God.
Children.
Yeah.
By the way, according to one of the talk show hosts at 93.3 KJR, which was the radio station that kind of broke to us that maybe Kalen DeBoer was working on a deal.
Are they saying
team meeting? Washington team meeting called for 1:30, so that's Pacific time, so it'd be 3:30 our time.
Bye-bye. See you later, Kalen.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end, it's right.
Hope you had the time of your life.
He's going to have the time of his life. Probably not, actually, in Alabama.
Pete Thamel has just tweeted that Kalen DeBoer has told Washington officials he's taking the Alabama job, expected to inform the team soon. So
Okay.
there you go.
I was way wrong in our prediction.
What'd you predict, Nick?
I just said, longer than 2 weeks?
Yeah, you said this was going to be a while.
Well, that would have been a nightmare.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. They would have been losing everything.
That would have been so bad.
By the way, real quick.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just two things. Jordan just says I-80 in Omaha shut down, so that's wow.
Is that true?
Wow.
Jordan. I guess you're not going home.
Good luck, Happer.
I don't have to take the
and then before you said the other thing, Eric points out in New England, you now have Kraft mayo.
Oh,
we didn't even talk about Bob Kraft.
Yeah, Bob Kraft.
Bob Kraft hiring mayo.
They can get a guy in the front office named Cholula or something like that.
I love Cholula.
Anyway, you were going to ask about Washington, I think.
What happens with Washington? Where does Washington go? Do they just hire from within and call it good?
I saw a tweet a few minutes ago, and it mentioned a few people that they think that they would go after, and one of them, gosh, I'm trying to find it real fast. One of them mentioned, what's his bucket at Kansas? Lance Leipold. Yeah.
Might have missed the boat on that one.
Yeah. Plus, he's more of a Midwestern guy, I would think. I guess he did coach at Buffalo, though.
I mean, Washington's in the Big Ten, Josh.
That's a great point. They're now a Midwestern school.
Whoa, Washington is now in the Midwest.
Oh,
have you heard?
That's true. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome.
Do you think we're just getting a new Big Ten commercial now? Or do you think
Man,
it's
I'm gonna miss that commercial, Nick.
Yeah, it's a great.
I saw.
You know what? I am
Oh, boo! Here we
tired
go.
of seeing all of the sad. Oh, I'm so sad. I don't care.
I saw.
You,
a
of
tweet-
course, you wouldn't like that fun commercial.
No,
John Hates-
I agree with John. It's not that John doesn't like the commercial. I don't think that's what he's saying. Everybody keeps saying how much they love the commercial.
It's a great commercial.
This is like my take with dogs. Thank you, John. Dogs are fine. Everybody keeps talking about how much they love dogs.
Mr.
I'm like,
Banks.
why do we need to say this all the time?
Wow.
Thank you,
Because
John.
dogs are cute. A multi-billion-dollar conference that basically destroyed its longtime friend should never be celebrated.
I saw a tweet from somebody saying that it's going to be the same, but it's going to be like when Game of Thrones were over in that other country where they would just pan out all the way.
I remember someone did it like they did the video and they put the Game of Thrones theme song over it. That Big Ten commercial.
It really is kind of like
I've liked that commercial forever. I'm going to be sad if it goes away. Be very,
Look, there
very
goes
sad.
Plows. Plows are going down Dodge Street right now. We're
I
fine.
Mr. Plow.
3 of them right in a line.
By the way, Kelsey has updated us. She said I-80 is shut down between 72nd and 60th due to a crash. So
Apparently, there's multiple crashes. That whole area is turned into a mess, and that's usually bad anyway. Getting off the exit at 60th and 72nd can be an adventure on a nice day.
Oh yeah, 72nd all the time, trying to get on there and go west.
Yeah, if there ever was a couple of intersections that need maybe a bit of a reimagining.
Oh, Josh, are there any other songs you'd like to sing for us before we end the
I don't know. I think I'm gonna just start singing. Yeah, my wife, who is like a right on the other side of the door, she doesn't appreciate my singing right now, which is very unfair and hurtful.
That's
well, but Josh never sings; he shouts.
I sing. I want to live forever.
Is that a song that actually exists in real life, or did the
No
Big
idea.
Ten just commission that song? Let's find out.
That would be incredible if that's what they
I'm
did.
sure it's like the Rutgers Glee Club that did it or something.
Jim Delaney. He was like, "We need a song about
I
wanting to
do
live
like
forever."
that song. That song's kind of a vibe.
Hi, we need a song. Let's get somebody to sing it. From East.
It just sounds like Harry Carey, but with cotton in his mouth.
The song is apparently called "Silver Lining" by Guards.
Guard.
By Greg Gard?
You ever heard of Guards?
This sounds really dark. It sounds like a goth band.
I've never heard of Guards, but it sounds like a band that would make a song that sounds like this.
Yep.
It's a very indie band name.
Silver Lining by Guards. I want to live forever.
There you go, Josh. That can be the one song you listen to this year.
I don't know if I want that to be in my post-run song once a week, Nick.
It's supposed to be a gift. It's supposed to be a treat.
Yes, it's something I should look. Yes, as a treat. I listen to the song as a treat.
A sweet treat.
Hey, real quick before we say goodbye to the crossover, I did want to read this email from Charlie, who is not happy with us. He writes, "No one cares about your drive-in. Is telling your coworkers about your drive to work the new fantasy football discussion. Really? You decided to start Christian McCaffrey? So did everyone else, moron. Really? You had to drive through a lot of snow and wind? So did everyone else, moron. Wow.
Well, except for those of you who are not driving.
There's a lot of people who just didn't go to work.
Yeah.
Charlie's
good.
That's fair, though. People don't care about what's going on in our lives. I understand. I just wanted to bring it up because the crossover is kind of like just us just hanging out.
Yeah.
This guy's being dude. Sometimes you hang out with your friends and you sing songs and annoy your wife.
That's the crossover.
Yeah, you get a choice, Charlie. You either get Connor telling us how his drive was or Josh is going to sing. Pick one.
How about that drive in?
American Idiot, Josh, go.
Don't want to be an American idiot.
Nice. See?
Nice.
A little harder than I think.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, Billy Joe didn't sing it quite that hard.
Don't want to be
I liked
an American idiot.
Oh, there you go.
It's kind of like the Taylor Swift song that I liked, the version I liked. Which one was that?
Who did the cover, Nick?
I Prevail.
More like John Prevails.
That was awesome.
Oh man.
I'm glad you like it, John. It's not for me.
It was great comedic timing by John Bishop.
That was so good. I like it.
I kind of like it.
I kind of like it. All right, Connor, we'll let you get on the road. Hey, and do us a favor. Give us a call and tell us how the drive was when you get home.
That's a great bit. You should.
You should just log on to Happer. You should log on to the StreamYard and see if I was right about your microphone.
I'll just twist it a little bit. Yeah.
Yes.
Good idea.
Log on, A, so that we know you made it. B, tell us about your drive home. And C, that Josh was right about your mic direction.
All right. We'll figure that out. I will probably see you tomorrow, John.
Drive safe.
We'll see.
Good luck. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. All right. That's the crossover. And here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go with the grum.
Here we go with the program.
Arby sauce. Hut. Back after this.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to talk about it? In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Winter storm warning continues Friday with snow, wind, and extreme cold. Expect an additional 2 to 4 inches to accumulate through the early afternoon, bringing storm totals in the metro closer to 7 to 10 inches. Northwest winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour will cause near whiteout conditions and blowing snow concerns into the evening. Highs in the single digits with wind chills 10 to 20 below zero. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Your Omaha Mavericks hockey team is back in action at Baxter Arena as the Mavs take on the top 10 ranked Denver Pioneers Friday and Saturday, January 19th and 20th. Get your tickets for these games and all remaining games as the Mavericks compete for the NCHC Championship. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up 1-to-1 with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
Every 80 seconds, one woman loses her life to heart disease. But it doesn't have to be this way. Heart disease is preventable with simple lifestyle changes. Our mothers, our sisters, our friends' lives are at stake. Help raise awareness and join the fight against our #1 killer. On Friday, February 2nd, wear red and tell every woman you know to learn more about her risk at goredforwomen.org.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
The Creighton Blue Jays welcome Rick Pitino to Omaha for the first time as they host the St. John's Red Storm. Saturday pregame coverage begins at 10 a.m. Tip-off is at high noon. The Creighton Blue Jays are on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, boy. Well, if you're snowed in, and you probably are, just throw us up on the TV and just or put us on in the background so the dogs have something to listen to.
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to this One Beer Friday on the Grum.
One Snow Beer Friday.
Yes, it is. Well, it's, if you got extra beer, it's a good day to put it outside. It'll get nice and cold out there. That is for sure.
You might get a slushy if you keep it out there too long.
That's true. Don't keep it out there too long. We don't want that to happen. I'm trying to get stuff loaded up here, and it's not working. Nothing's working today. Maybe everything's cold.
Is your computer cold? Did you take it out when you were scooping and shoveling?
Oh, no.
That would be bad. Don't use your computer as a shovel, friends. Don't do that.
Yeah, that would definitely not do it. That would not do it.
No.
But let's get to the Grum Down if I can get the thing to load. There she is. The Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Big momentum weekend. You got Nebraska, Iowa tonight, and Creighton St. John's tomorrow, and they're both dealing with the same problem, weather.
I was going to say, what, driving to their locale? Getting to their locale?
I think Nebraska's already there, so that's good.
I did see a tweet from Iowa a few minutes ago, John, that said the game will go on tonight as planned. So there is not anything changing there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure when St. John's was scheduled to arrive. I hope they have already. But that game will be tomorrow at noon.
Yeah.
So a couple of local teams with some big momentum that they could build on important stretches of their schedules. As we said earlier, more like Kalen DeBama, the new head coach. He's reportedly going to be having a meeting with his staff in 45 minutes and with his team in an hour. Let them know what apparently the rest of the world already knows. That he is headed to Alabama. In New England, we now have Coach Slime.
This is great. Kraft mayonnaise. What a brand. I'm more of a Hellman's guy, John. What's your favorite mayonnaise?
My brand.
My favorite mayonnaise is the stuff that's been thrown away. You have to look at it.
I agree, by the way, Josh. Hellman's is the best mayonnaise.
Oh, Hellman's is
because
awesome.
the other stuff isn't even Miracle Whip. That's not even mayonnaise.
No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not mayonnaise.
We got our NFL playoff picks coming up. Who's the homer now?
Is it Nick?
We'll find out if Nick completed the assignment properly this time.
I did. I felt bad. I did ask him. I said, "Hey, do you know how to do the playoff seeding?" And he responded, and it seems like he knows what to do.
Oh, he knows what to do. Can't wait to show it off, folks. Aaron Schatz is going to join us here in a few. Aaron Schatz from FTN Fantasy, the man behind DVOA, will go over the matchups this weekend, and his rankings. And, for the longest time, San Francisco has been the number one team, but that has changed.
Yes, it has.
Ken's Movie Club, this might be the most appropriate movie for a day like this. World coming to an end, Armageddon, Leave the World Behind. On Netflix. We'll go over that with Kent coming up at the Movie Club. Our predictions. It is a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. I hope you stocked up. And later we'll have a Song of Ice and Fire.
The new book is releasing?
No, the new book is never going to be released, Nick. We will never get a book 6. We will never get a book 7. The series will never be finished.
We'll at least get book 6. We can
No,
put
we
that
are
on the
not.
lifetime list. It's going to happen.
No, we're definitely not.
402-951-1620 if you want to get in touch with us. And we have prizes. I have been told we have 2 pair of tickets to tomorrow's Creighton game from the university. They will be available at will call tomorrow when you arrive at the arena. So, for those of you who would like to participate in the Equitable Bank inbox, we'll use the email today. Because we have found out that it's now very popular. Tell us about your drive today.
Oh, that's a great idea, John. Great call.
Tell us about your drive today. Or if you didn't take a drive, tell us how your drive was great because you didn't take one. But send your emails into nick@1620thezone.com. Let's use Nick's email for once.
Wow. Good idea.
Thank you.
Nick@1620thezone.com. All you have to do is tell us how your drive was. Or if you didn't take a drive today, tell us how great it was not taking a drive today. And Nick will pick 2 of them here in the next 20 minutes. And you'll have 2 tickets waiting for you at will call for tomorrow's Creighton St. John's game.
Mm-hmm.
Simple enough?
Easy for me. Easy peasy.
Heck, you had a look on your face. I just want to make sure.
No, just typing something, doing a little typey type.
Okay. But send your emails to nick@1620thezone.com. We'll pick 2 of them at random. Just tell us how your drive was today. And we will get you set up, and those tickets will be at will call for tomorrow.
And by the way, again, if you did miss it during the crossover, I-80 is indeed closed in Omaha due to blizzard conditions and multiple crashes. So if you were planning on taking I-80, well, you can't because it is closed right now. John, I don't remember the last time that has happened. This is always a Western Nebraska thing, not an Omaha thing. So yeah, stay safe out there, everybody. And don't take the interstate.
Apparently, it's really, really bad out there. So, but that's all right. It is perfectly safe in here.
Yeah.
In here with us. 402-951-1620, 42 Degrees Source Hotline. You can also hit us up, those email addresses, and the one for Nick at1620thezone.com. Tell us how your drive was. We could get you set up with some Creighton tickets for tomorrow. You can also email John or Josh at 1620thezone.com. And the YouTube, well, no, not YouTube. The what's the Twitter X thing?
J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, John, and they can hit us up with their drinks today. It's a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. And Nick, we have a prize to give away. Tell the folks about the prize.
We have $25 to Infusion.
Nice.
That you could win.
You could
win. So send us a pic of what you're drinking, and you must use the hashtag, or otherwise Nick can't slide into your DMs.
Mm-hmm. That'll probably happen Monday because I would like to go home as soon as the show's done today.
Yes. So the earlier the better. It's not like you're not already at home already.
That's true. And
you're not already drinking on the job.
Yep.
I'm not.
I have my beer fridge right there. I'm ready to pop that bad boy open and not split one with Banks, but have a beer with Banks by my side.
They should make dog beer.
Dog beer? It's a great idea.
Like there's catnip. Why can't there be dog beer?
Great question.
All right, we will be back. Aaron Schatz to join us in a few, so stand by. We got a lot to come today on a snowed-in Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Save now during the Start Something New sales event happening now at Woodhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Blair. Right now, lease the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude for $399 per month. Grand Cherokee is the most luxurious vehicle in its class, based on Summit model offerings and the latest Ward's Middle Sport Utility Vehicle segment. Excludes other FCA US LLC vehicles, based on the latest available competitive information. Lease for 27 months, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified returning lease customers with approved credit. Tax tied license extra. $1,999 down plus first payment and $299 doc fee to its signing. Stock number C240394. Offer expires 1/31/24. See dealer for details.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-508-8051 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-508-8051. 1-888-508-8051.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I know on occasion when it comes to the weather, we like to have fun with the severity or lack thereof, but I'm seeing a lot of tweets coming in from the Weather Service, from the State Patrol. If you don't have to be out in this, please stay home. Apparently the visibility is just awful out there, and it's hard to really appreciate when you're in town like we are right now. Like, I can look out my window, I see across the street, it's fine. But when you get out in open country where there's no natural blockage of the wind and the snow, it's getting really, really, really bad out there. So folks, in fact, the State Patrol has advised folks stay off the interstate. if at all possible, because they are running out of folks that can come out and help in case of emergency.
Yeah, and by the way, I just saw a tweet from new friend of the Grum, John Walker, who covers Creighton for the Omaha World Herald, that says that Creighton versus St. John's still on a schedule per a CU spokesperson. St. John's isn't scheduled to land in Omaha until this evening, which has always been the plan. All but one of today's flights from LGA to Omaha are clear as of right now. So that is the latest on St. John's. They'll be flying into Omaha later tonight.
All right, so we'll keep you up to date on that. And also make sure if you would like to go to the game tomorrow, send Nick at 1620thezone.com your email and just tell him, how was your drive today? And if you didn't take a drive, just say you didn't take a drive. But if you'd like to go to the game, he's going to pick 2 of those at random here in less than 10 minutes. He's going to make
nice.
So send those emails to Nick at 1620thezone.com. He'll pick 2 at random. We've got 2 pair of tickets that we'll give away to tomorrow's game that you'll be able to hear right here, starting with the pregame at 10 a.m. and high noon will be tip-off between Creighton and St. John's. Also a reminder that time is also running out because the NFL playoffs start tomorrow. To get into our playoff pick'em, and you can do that by going to 1620thezone.com. We've got the big banner that says, join the NFL playoff pick'em. You can click on that or just register your email, get involved, get in with our contest. We're going to be picking each week's games as they go. So you're not picking the whole bracket. You're just picking this week's games. Then we'll score those. And then next week you'll come back. You pick the games that happen next week. We'll score those. And once we get to the end of the playoffs, the person with the highest score will get $500 from us. So go to 1620thezone.com. Click on the Pro Football Playoff Pick'em link today and get registered, and you can win from us. And while we're thinking of the playoffs, no better person to talk to than I can think of than Aaron Schatz.
I'm looking forward to it. By the way, real quick before we do, Yippee says, hey, Josh, do you think the Packers will win Saturday? Please answer truthfully with your score prediction and a guarantee. That will come later in predictions when we predict the games, which is actually why we named it predictions.
Oh, that's why?
That's why we named it predictions, because we predict. Yep.
I had no idea.
Yeah. John came out. It was a great idea from John. We were like, what if it's called guess? It's like, nah, that doesn't work as well. What about predictions? There you go.
Genius.
Predictions
Yet
it
again,
is.
John.
Yep.
Thank you.
Predictions it is. Yeah.
Predictions it is. All right. So before we get the playoffs started, let's talk to Aaron Schatz, the man behind DVOA. He's the Bill Connolly of football. Bill Connolly, the Aaron Schatz of college football. I don't know, but some interesting stuff coming up from Aaron next. We'll probably be talking about your team if your team is playing this weekend. Next, here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up one-to-one with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back, NFL playoff weekend. Of course, we've got all of our predictions. We're going to fill out our entire brackets, and you can still register to be in our NFL Pick'em game, win $500. Go to 1620thezone.com and join our email club today. But maybe before you fill out that bracket, let's talk to the man who knows FTN Fantasy, the man behind the DVOA, Aaron Schatz. Once again, joins us here on the Grub. Aaron, thanks, and happy super wild card weekend.
Super duper wild card weekend. Yeah, I mean, when are they going to go back to just calling it wild card weekend? Huh?
I don't think it's ever going to happen. Now that we've got 6 games spread over 3 days, I fear if we ever go to a bigger format, it may be super duper wild card weekend.
Less impressive divisional round weekend.
Which, by the way, I mean, just the naming of the playoffs, the divisional round.
No one knows what to call the second round in any sport, so they call it the divisional round. Yeah, no one knows what to call that.
It doesn't make sense.
The semifinals.
There we go.
The conference semis. Yeah, the NBA actually does it right. You got the conference finals, conference semis. Mm-hmm. Well, Aaron, all season long, as we talked to you, San Francisco was setting the marks for the best DVOA since 1981. And then that team from Baltimore was just kind of lurking in the rearview mirror. Now, as the postseason begins, the Ravens are the tops in DVOA, and by a fairly decent margin. How much did this last month of the season change the numbers?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Baltimore destroyed San Francisco, right? So when we went into that game, San Francisco was 1 and Baltimore was 2. But we had Baltimore much higher than anyone else who does advanced metrics. After that game, Baltimore was 1 and San Francisco was 2. And then Baltimore went out and destroyed Miami also. Baltimore has 4 games this year with a DVOA for that game of over 100%. There's no other team that has ever had more than 2 of those games in a season, including the playoffs. And Baltimore has 4 of them with the playoffs still coming.
Aaron, you mentioned, and I think you said this too the last time that we had you on, and that was that your numbers did like Baltimore more than some of the other numbers. Why was that the case? And I mean, essentially, I'm asking why were your numbers proven to be right with what they were able to do, especially in those 2 games that you just mentioned?
You know, I honestly don't know the answer to that. One part of it is that other advanced metrics do tend to weight offense a little bit more than defense, whereas I have them equal, and Baltimore was, better on defense than they were on offense. And then the pass offense in particular, had its best games That Miami game was, the pass offense efficiency in that Miami game was incredible. I think some of it also may have to do with the down weighting that I added this year for fourth quarter blowouts, because Baltimore had a lot of blowout victories where they stopped doing offense in the fourth quarter and their opponents scored in the fourth quarter, but that didn't really matter because they had such big leads. Now, Miami was different because in Miami, Baltimore did score a lot in the fourth quarter, like Tyler Huntley threw a touchdown. But like against Detroit and Seattle, they basically shut it down in the fourth quarter. So by downweighting those results, I think I ended up with the Ravens higher.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct as we look ahead to Super Wildcard Weekend. The Ravens, they're top 4 in all 3 of the major categories: offense, defense, special teams. San Francisco, to your point, you mentioned one of the best offenses DVOA has ever seen. They're top 4 in defense as well, but the special teams drags them down. They're only 25th in special teams. Could you foresee special teams being the thing that keeps San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan from that Super Bowl?
I mean, it's possible, but their special teams are not that bad. Nobody's special teams this year were really that good or bad, except the Rams.
The Rams. I was just gonna jump in and say, what are you talking about? I've watched them, my boys, all year. The Rams are horrible.
Yeah, the Rams special teams were historically bad, like the 6th worst I've ever measured. Everybody else's special teams were mostly just kind of there. Okay. So, I mean, it could be a problem for San Francisco, especially against Baltimore, because Baltimore was 3rd in special teams. But it's more likely to be a problem for the Rams than anyone else.
Aaron, by the way, Scott Frost, stop coaching my special teams. That's all I have.
Aaron, I wanted to ask you about the special teams of John's Rams and also of the Packers, because you talk to people, that are looking ahead to this weekend, and certainly those are the 2 NFC wildcard teams that folks are very high on. Yet each of them is ranked at the bottom of your special teams rankings, including the Rams being one of the worst ever. How much do you weigh that into thinking about those matchups that the Packers have with the Cowboys and then the Rams have with the Lions?
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys were pretty good on special teams, so there's definitely an advantage there. Keyshawn Nixon really likes to return kickoffs. He returned 8 more kickoffs than any other kick returner in the league, but he was only a little bit above average. Like, he's not a great kickoff returner this year. He just happened to return a lot of them. He was better last year. In general, it could be a problem. Listen, the thing about special teams is that they're so high variance. Right? When you make a big special teams mistake, it really matters. And the thing about these ratings is it's more like the probability of a big special teams mistake. And so the probability of a big special teams mistake is much bigger from the Rams than it is from the Packers.
I got to ask you, Aaron, not to go too far down this special teams rabbit hole, but with the fair catch on kickoffs and maybe some of the changes and maybe the de-emphasis, especially in the return game on special teams, have you noticed that in your numbers? Do you kind of have to factor that in? Because
like there are like the best return people, kick return guys had like 10 returns. Like, it's ridiculous. It just doesn't make sense to return kickoffs for the most part anymore. It just makes sense to just take the ball at the 25.
Aaron, I wanted to ask you about my Cowboys and their matchup with Green Bay, in particular when they have the football, because you look at some of the basic stats, and Dallas is near the top in a lot of the offensive metrics. DVOA, their offense ranks 9th. I wonder how much of that is the schedule that they have played, taking advantage of a lot of weak defenses, especially at home this year, and how much of it maybe is something else. Obviously, Green Bay's defense is not like they're very good, so that's going to play into my favor, I think, fairly well on Sunday. But why your numbers lower than maybe some of those normal numbers have them?
Yeah, there's 2 reasons. One is that you're thinking of the Cowboys in the last few weeks, and the Cowboys' offense is 5th in the second half of the season. So they've been better in the second half of the season. And the other is schedule. They played the easiest schedule of opposing pass defenses this year. So as good as Dak Prescott was, he was not quite as good as his numbers because they played a lot of easier pass defenses.
DVOA, and I remember when we first had you on way back, I think it was about 5-6 weeks into the season when Buffalo was scuffling, but yet Buffalo was still up there in the rankings. These last 6 weeks seem to be a classic example of not regression, but progression to the mean.
Yeah. I mean, progression to the previous performance, at least. Yeah, yes. The advanced metrics, including DVOA, always had the Bills really high, 5th, 6th, despite the fact, like after week 12, The Bills were 6-6, and we had them 5th. The Eagles were 10-1, and we had them 9th. So advanced metrics do tell a good story, and often future performance tends to match past performance underneath the wins and losses.
Where does this Eagles team rank for you, Aaron? Like when you think back to previous iterations, I know that the 86 Jets team has come up a whole lot over the last month or so, given the record
10-1,
and then how they finished. I mean, it's just wild to see that all of the advanced numbers were essentially saying what you were like. They are not as good as their record indicates, and now they're all the way down at 14th right now.
Yeah, see, the advanced numbers were saying they were not as good as their record indicated, but they were not saying that they were as bad as they've been the last 2 weeks. Right? Like, this is worse. They've gotten worse. In weighted DVOA, which gives more weight to recent games, the Eagles are down to 21st. They're actually lower than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, the Eagles, the secondary has just been really bad. They're getting Darius Slay back. He should be back in the playoff game. So that is positive. But the pass defense has been a massive problem, and the offense has not been as good as it was earlier in the season.
Talking with Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy. Of course, the game a lot of folks in this area are most interested in is Dolphins-Chiefs on Saturday night. Don't forget, it's on the Peacock. But the weather is going to be a huge factor. Miami's injuries certainly are a factor. The Dolphins historically do not play well in temperatures under 40, and these temperatures are going to be below 0 when you factor in the wind chill. Can they and the DVOA's top running back, Devon Achane, operate under such hostile conditions?
I have no idea because apparently this is going to be the third coldest game ever by wind chill.
Yes.
So who knows? I mean, we're in pretty rare territory as far as how cold it's going to be. I feel like we know more about what's going to happen in Buffalo because at least we've seen snow before. But we haven't seen a lot of games where it was this cold. But the Chiefs are 27th against the run. The thing is that the Dolphins' running game is not a power running game, right? When you think of cold games, you think of power. It's a much more of a misdirection and speed running game. So I don't know what the weather does to that.
Aaron, the first game of the playoffs is tomorrow, and that is Cleveland traveling to Houston in the 4-5 matchup. Cleveland, an incredible defense this year. You have them ranked second. Their offense ranked 28th. What have you seen in terms of lately with the offense, though, and Joe Flacco, and maybe the success that side of the ball could have, whether it's tomorrow or even into the second or third round of the playoffs?
I mean, it's been above average with Flacco. But the question is, do you learn more about Flacco from 4 games this year, or do you learn more about Flacco from his last 3 or 4 years? If you look at Flacco for the last 3 or 4 years and where his career has been headed, he's not an above average quarterback. He's a below average quarterback. Probably better than what the Browns had otherwise, but not as good as what he's played. I can't imagine he's going to keep this up for another 4 games. It's really unlikely that Flacco will keep this up for another 4 games. But if he can be passable, that defense is good enough to get them, at least a couple of playoff wins.
Aaron, I've seen a lot of predictions so far, predicting the bracket. We're going to do ours later in the show. A lot of chalk. And when I say chalk, at least getting to the championship game. Buffalo, Baltimore on the AFC side, San Francisco, Dallas on the other side. Can you give me a team in either conference that could break through the chalk this year that you feel most comfortable with?
I mean, first of all, this is a year where chalk works. There are years where the team that's number 1 in my ratings is a 4th seed or something. Like they just happen to lose a couple of games with bad luck and they end up as a lower seed and, teams sneak into the playoffs that don't belong there. This year, there really aren't teams in the playoffs that don't belong there. There really isn't, like the top 2 teams are 1 seeds. And then the teams ranked 3 and 4 are 2 seeds. That's Buffalo and Dallas. So, I mean, if you ask me what team below the top 2 seeds was most likely to rise up, we're all going to say the answer is Kansas City. Because Kansas City, first of all, they have the best quarterback. And their defense has played very well, although it declined a little bit in the second half of the season. And we know that they're well coached. And so you feel like Kansas City, like all year, everybody's been waiting for Kansas City to play better than this. And so if you say who's likely to play better than this in the last, we're all going to say Kansas City. But chalk is a really good way to go this year.
Aaron, along those lines of what John just said, let's just dial it down into this weekend. Is there a dog that you really like in the Super Wildcard weekend of the playoffs?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just because of the Eagles have declined so much, plus the Buccaneers have the home field advantage. I feel that game should be more of a 50-50 line.
Before we let you go, Aaron, I saw you write earlier this week. Of course, the huge news that Bill Belichick is out in New England. You wrote earlier this week responding to another tweet that Atlanta has been very high or maybe high on bringing in Belichick, that you don't think that's the place for him. Of the open jobs, what seems to be the best fit for Bill Belichick?
I mean, I think that the best place for Bill Belichick is one where there is a smart, modern offensive coordinator already in place and a quarterback. And that is the Los Angeles Chargers. The fear is that Belichick will bring in his very conservative, somewhat outmoded offensive ideas and the Zampese offense to a modern quarterback, and it won't work. And I think if you instead had Belichick running that defense and making the overall decisions and the locker room, motivation, but Kellen Moore stayed to the offense and he's got a quarterback, I think you could have real success there.
Hey, Aaron, one more kind of along those lines, but with a college coach that we expect to be in the NFL at some point, and that's Jim Harbaugh. No news as of this conversation. What is that franchise, assuming that happens? What are they gaining in his coaching acumen as it pertains to the NFL?
I don't know quite. It's not, I can't say that I've followed Michigan over the last few years really close. I mean, he was a good coach in the NFL, player motivator, somewhat forward thinking analytically. I think he would be a good coach to get, but I can't say that I'm particularly familiar with exactly what his pluses and minuses would be. He had success previously in the NFL. So, I mean, he's not a retread who was a failure. Mm-hmm. He would be a retread who was a success.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, FTNFantasy.com. Also, make sure you follow Aaron on Twitter as well, because you can get a lot of great information there. His predictions, his analysis of everything that is happening around the National Football League, and of course, really diving in to those analytic numbers. Also, check out the article about the best running backs, quarterbacks, tight ends, wide receivers. If you're a 49ers fan, I think you'll be very happy with what you see. Aaron Schatz,
good year.
FTN Fantasy. Aaron, always appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy Super Wild Card Weekend.
You guys too.
And we will be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
Brian says after the 0-2 Jamal Lord INT Texas game, I went outside and lit a Husker car flag on fire.
Oh my God.
I was so angry. The next morning, my mother found a pink glob goo outside and thought someone got sick from alcohol.
How does lighting a flag on fire turn into something that looks like pink vomit?
Those flags are a weird material.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Winter storm warning continues Friday with snow, wind, and extreme cold. Expect an additional 2 to 4 inches to accumulate through the early afternoon, bringing storm totals in the metro closer to 7 to 10 inches. Northwest winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour will cause near whiteout conditions and blowing snow concerns into the evening. Highs in the single digits with wind chills 10 to 20 below zero. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Polito, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
My passion for the unborn comes from my own unplanned pregnancy. Dan and I have been together for over 45 years. We have 3 of the most beautiful children. My name is Marlis Patma. I'm the former president of Iowa Right to Life, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley for president. I've heard Nikki's story. She speaks with such clarity about the importance of life because for her, it's personal.
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children.
Nikki's a sister in Christ. She's pro-life. She has compassion and strength. I want a president with moral clarity who can restore our country, our pride, and our purpose. For my children and yours, please support Nikki Haley for president.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up 1-to-1 with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for Head.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hi there. Great to have you back. God, that's stupid. That's just so stupid.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Why are you people so weird?
Apple is garbage.
I don't understand why this upsets you so much. I do a fun little thing and
dumb.
And balloons pop up on my video and you get mad about it? Like, you don't have to get mad. We're not allowed to do the balloons at Memorial Stadium anymore. The tradition can return, though, on our video stream.
You're going to kill virtual birds, Josh.
Yep, that's true.
Amazing Daniel says, I hate fun. I want to be angry. You do love being mad about things. What's going on,
Daniel,
John?
you're the last person on earth that should be doing anything about I hate fun. Every time we try a fun topic, you're polluting the timeline with all your complaints. And
who, me?
Go Bills.
Oh, Amazing Daniel. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, I love fun.
No.
Fun.
It just looks goofy.
Mm.
Is there any others? Did you find yeah,
if I do, let's see if I can get it done.
Make fart noises.
There we go.
Cows,
look at that, Nick. Fireworks.
What
happens
happens
if
if you
fart
flip the
noises?
bird?
Will cow poop emojis show up on the screen?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what else there is. So yeah, I know the 3 of them. I know that this means this will make hearts, and then I know the that's so fun. I learned that on Wednesday. Thank you, Kelsey. I like the balloons and also Max. Amazing Janice says, I complain about fun bits. What?
Yes, you do. You complain about fun bits. Everyone's complaining about fun. Hey, did we get our did you send me some email stuff?
I did.
You did. Awesome. We have, let's see, who won?
Thank you for your service, all the drivers.
Oh, you sent me. Oh, I see. Oh, right there.
Right there.
Looks like Will and Dale. I was going to say Dale's email is interesting because it's got the word goat in it.
It does.
Do
it for Dale.
Congrats to Will and Dale.
Will and Dale. We're going to get you hooked up with tickets to the Creighton St. John's game tomorrow.
Drive safe.
At CHI Health Center, Omaha. Should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a really good game. Even though this series in the recent history, the games, whether it's Creighton winning or St. John's winning, ends up being like blowouts. This one, I think, is going to be really, really tight because the areas where the Blue Jays are strong might be areas where St. John's isn't, and vice versa. And the one thing that alerts probably should raise the antennas of Creighton fans everywhere. St. John's is really good on the offensive glass. They are 5th in the nation
And we talk about that every game with Creighton, it seems like. Anytime we do any sort of keys or predicting or looking ahead, and hell, I feel like I just see you tweet about it or hear when I'm listening to your call, you're talking about rebounding every single game. What have you
Interesting thing is after the Marquette game where they and the funny thing was, the ironic thing was that Marquette was notoriously not a good offensive rebounding team by the numbers, but they had 18 in that game, and that plus the turnovers, honestly, you could have just reduced either of those factors and Creighton wins that game over Marquette. But since they gave up 18 offensive boards 2 Saturdays ago to Marquette, 7 to Georgetown, 9 to Providence, and only 6 to DePaul. So, I mean, it's 18, that's 24. So they've given up 24 offensive rebounds in the last 3 games after giving up 18 in one game alone. But this is where St. John's is going to really live. They're long, they're athletic, which has kind of been their MO anyway. But now with Rick Pitino, you've got better athletes to complement Joel Soriano, who is their leading scorer, leading rebounder. He's basically an automatic double-double. He's had double-doubles in, I want to say it's like 70% of his games the last 2 years. It's just insane. He's just automatic. He's going to get his 10 points. He's going to get his 10 rebounds, and he is really good on the glass. But there's other guys that are surrounding him that can get the job done as well. So that's going to be one huge key. And then for Creighton, and it's been amazing, Josh, because as I look through the numbers, last 3 games, Creighton's shooting 51% from the field, while they're holding opponents to about 37%. That'll cook. But strangely, the 3-point shot is still not there yet. Now, I know Creighton had 12 against Paul, but it was in 32 attempts, so it's 37%, which is good. I mean, it's okay. But considering where Creighton was at the beginning of the season, it's actually below average. But they've been under that mark in the last 6 games. They were only 7 of 23 against Providence, 8 of 25 against Georgetown, but managed to win those games. Heck, go back to the Alabama game. They score 85 points, and they only make 6 threes. So Creighton's really been able to live with getting twos, getting whether it's Baylor Shireman being able to create, certainly Trey Alexander, anytime he can either get to the rim or get to his spots in and around the lane for his mid-range, or, of course, in the most automatic way to score inside is Ryan Kalkbrenner. But that's where Creighton has been living the last month of the season as the let it fly. They're still letting it fly. It's just not as efficient as we have seen. We'll see if that changes tomorrow. St. John's kind of average in terms of 3-point defense. But if Creighton can get it going from 3, and St. John's loves to run, they love to spread the floor, they love to play a high-paced game, that could benefit the Jays. Certainly Greg McDermott welcomes those types of games. Anytime you can get moving, get running, and that's what they were able to do against DePaul. So, again, I think it'll be a really intriguing matchup because the areas where St. John's is strong, Creighton may not be, and vice versa.
John, you mentioned a couple minutes ago that, this St. John's is athletic. They have these players. And then he said, but, I mean, we kind of always say that about them, right? So you've been now calling games for them or for Creighton. And so you've seen St. John's for a decade now. Where on paper or where when you watch the Red Storm this year does an improvement in coaching show itself? What have you seen from them in terms of the Rick Pitino of it all? Where has that shown itself, do you think, with this team that's 12-4 and 4-1 in conference so far, with the only loss coming to UConn?
It's obviously they've gotten better players. I mean, they went into the transfer portal. He was able to bring in the Ivy League Player of the Year from Penn, who's not even starting for them right now, Jordan Dingle, Naheem Aline, who was at UConn last year, played for the national champions. But the guy that's really helped make things go, Pitino brought Danis Jenkins from Iona with him, and he last year led the MAC, that's MAAC, not the MAC as we know it here in the Midwest, but the Metro Athletic Conference, with 5 assists per game. He's got 7 games this year with 8 assists, but he can score as well. He's averaging 13 points a game. He has been really instrumental to getting the team going, but they're a lot deeper. RJ Lewis, who really has only played 6 games this year because he was injured the first half of the season. He has now cracked the starting lineup. He's got 11 points. He averages 6 boards a game. But they really went into the transfer portal, and with Rick Pitino's teams, they are going to play fast. They are going to be aggressive. They are going to try to attack you on the boards. And I just think it's a more refined approach that I notice in the times that I've seen him. Now, obviously, seeing him up close will be a little bit of a different animal, but that's the first thing you notice with them. They're just a little bit more refined because, Mike Anderson's teams, they like to play 94 feet. They like to move quickly. But with this group, and it's starting to round into form way back. If you remember back, they lost, I can't remember who it was to, but they lost their exhibition game.
Yes.
Early in the season. But honestly, since then, and St. John's they've really turned it on here in the last month. And you kind of, that was one of the things you might worry about with St. John's is, well, how long is it going to take to kind of round everyone into form, get all these new pieces to work together? And it took a little bit of time, but, after they started 2-2, which included losses to Michigan, who's now, having problems this year, and Dayton, they got it going against UConn, or I'm sorry, not UConn. They beat Utah. They went on the road. They beat West Virginia. That's not an easy place to win. But then, they fought UConn tooth and nail on the road, only lost by 4. But then over the last 4 games, especially the last 3, they beat Butler by 16. They went on the road to Villanova and won by 10. And then they pretty much dominated Providence in the first half. Providence made a good comeback, but they held them off at the end. It's a team that is coming together, and it's a critical stretch right now for both Creighton and St. John's, because Creighton right now, this is St. John's, and then next week it's UConn and Seton Hall. Those are the 3 teams, and Villanova ahead of them in the league standings. The next 3 games are against teams with only 1 loss so far in Big East play. So there's a lot to prove here. While Creighton, yes, has gotten their act back together, they've won 3 straight. Keep in mind that 2 of those games were against Georgetown and DePaul. Now you've got to face the top half of the standings. Meanwhile, on the other side, for St. John's, this is a stretch that goes Creighton, Seton Hall, Marquette, and Villanova, a rematch with Villanova. This is the best start for the Red Storm in Big East play since 2001. 4-1. They haven't been 4-1 in Big East play since 2001. Rick Pitino was coaching in Boston in 2001, to kind of put that into perspective.
And not the university.
So these are both important stretches for both teams as they try to establish themselves. And the issue that's going to happen this year in the Big East, you've got a very strong middle. I mean, we're still trying to figure out exactly. We know UConn's going to be at the top. We feel pretty confident about that. Everybody else, the jury's out on Seton Hall. We'll see about St. John's. Marquette's off to a 2-3 start, so we're not sure where they're going to end up. But the middle right now is really, really strong. Butler just knocked off Marquette in Milwaukee. Remember, in the Big East now with 11 teams, only the top 5 get buys past the first round of the Big East tournament. For one of these 2 schools, or maybe both of them, depending on how it goes, Creighton can make a real stand here to kind of stay away from the mid-pack over these next 3 games, and the same can be said for St. John's. If they have a good stretch here, they can kind of move themselves away from the middle of the pack so that when it comes time to go to Madison Square Garden in March, they're not playing in the Wednesday play-in game. So this is a really important stretch for both teams.
I want to read this comment too, and this is about tonight's game, so it's not about the Creighton game anymore, but Adam says, how do you guys see the Nebraska ball game going tonight? And I liked this from Travis where he says, cloudy with a chance of letdown. You and I have spent a lot of time, I'll be honest, I was disagreeing with you, saying that this is a different version of Nebraska. You saw it, which is, it's astounding to me that you saw it, especially in what turned into a 30-point loss to Creighton, but you saw it all the way back at the beginning of last month, and you were steadfast even after the loss to Minnesota. I think if this team is different, like you said, I think it could really show itself tonight versus Iowa, because this is, I would say, just a brutally tough spot. Not only are you coming off of a big win, you're coming off of the biggest regular season win, at least on paper, right, in terms of ranking since the 80s. I would say that No Say Sunday was a bigger win given what it meant for that team. They actually got into the tournament with that win, and we all thought they needed to win to get a guaranteed spot. But this is a huge win, and it's just a few days later too. This was a what was that? A Tuesday night game? Oh no, Wednesday, yeah, Tuesday night game, and they're turning around and they're playing this one on Friday at Iowa against a team that they have had success against, but Iowa's also had success against them. We talked about this one with Robin Washut yesterday and some of the players that can give Nebraska matchup problems, the freshmen in particular, I know he mentioned, and you've seen this Iowa team, John, and so you know what they can do as well. I think this is a really fascinating spot. We'll have it later in predictions. Nebraska just a short dog, 4.5 points for this one in Iowa. So it's a big opportunity, man. It's a really big spot because you get another win here. And I really do think that I think a lot of people are already starting to believe, John, about an NCAA tournament run or a berth, rather. I mean, you really can start feeling good about that because I think this is just a really tough spot for him coming off of that big win.
Well, with Iowa, and they're going to play fast. One of the areas where I look for tonight for Nebraska is because one of the things the Huskers have done pretty well in these wins, like Michigan State, like Purdue, and the Kansas State game. I'm trying to remember. Indiana. That was the other one I was thinking of. Nebraska was good at turning teams over and getting extra possessions, getting breakaways. Iowa is really good at not turning the ball over. They have the 9th best turnover rate in the country. If Nebraska can just make Iowa a little bit uncomfortable, I'm not saying they need to, force 13, 14 turnovers, but if they can make them a little bit uncomfortable, I think Nebraska has the offense that they can keep up. Iowa tends to give up a lot of tends at times to give up threes to a lot of foes. I mean, I'm looking back here at, even against UMBC in Northern Illinois, 13 threes, 11 threes, and a decent percentage as well. Going back to the Creighton game, they gave up 10 of 29. And we saw that was one of the keys to Nebraska's win over Purdue was they just went lights out from three. I think if Nebraska can just get enough to make Iowa uncomfortable and hit their threes tonight, they'll have a good chance of winning. But Iowa's going to play with a lot of pace. It will be a high-scoring game. I mean, this game will end up likely in the 80s because that's where virtually all of Iowa's games. In fact, Iowa has played one time this year where they did not score 80 points.
Go Hawks.
They lost to Oklahoma 79-67. I take that back. I'm sorry. No, they did. They only scored 65 against Iowa State. But the point is this:
offense is good.
Iowa gets to 80. If Iowa gets to 80, they have a really good chance of winning.
Mm-hmm.
So Nebraska's going to have to keep up. So I think the three-point shooting still has to be there. It doesn't have to be what it was against Purdue. I mean, that's asking a ton. But the three-point shooting needs to be there, and they just need to do enough to make Iowa uncomfortable, try to turn them over maybe a little bit more than they are used to. And then obviously control the rebounds, which I think they can do. I think that part they'll be all right. It's those other two factors. I think if they can do those things, they can get the win on the road. Should be really interesting, though, tonight. And you wonder what the crowd's going to be like because the weather's as bad there as it is here.
Yep.
It may not be as electric.
And it's a late game, too, man. It's at 8:30.
And it's a late game, too.
Yeah, and so like you talk about, the weather and the drive in. I mean, I would think about the drive home and how, man, do I really want to stay at a basketball game until 10:30? I'll just stay home, watch this one on TV. You wonder how many Iowa fans are going to think that way tonight.
Yep. So there you go. That's a look at the two games this weekend. We'll have coverage of Creighton St. John's tomorrow, 10 a.m. pregame, noon tip. And as Josh mentioned, tonight's game is on BTN at 8:30 from snowbound Iowa City. Still to come, Kent's Movie Club here in just a few minutes. Leave the World Behind, which is on Netflix, and we'll have more. Get an update because right now, Kalen DeBoer should be meeting with his team.
He is indeed.
Let them know that he is no longer going to be their coach
Mm-hmm.
on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We are pretty much exactly 24 hours away from Super Wildcard Weekend, 6 games in 3 days. And right now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620 as a new customer, You can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. John, that does not mean they got to win. As long as they go place that $5 bet at FanDuel.com/1620, they are good to go. We'll be previewing the matchups. We'll be giving our picks later on in the show. There are, of course, some huge games. So go get started today at FanDuel.com/1620. And while you're there, don't forget to look at wildcard specials, prop bets, and a whole lot more for the games this weekend and beyond.
Yep, new customers get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. All you have to do is place that first $5 bet this weekend. Plenty to choose from, and you don't have to just pick the game. There are plenty of player and team props inside of every game on a fun, easy-to-use app. Just visit FanDuel.com/1620 to join today. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place that first $5 bet for new customers at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East. Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists. Here's a fact that doesn't seem to get mentioned enough. Owning a home actually helps you build personal wealth. Homeownership is a huge factor in building personal wealth. There are some naysayers who say it's too expensive, but rates will come down, and when they do, the competition is going to be fierce. One financial statistic shows that the net worth of those that own a home is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialists to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable. Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, equal housing lender.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi everybody, Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, weather's going to play a factor in Buffalo, too. The Bills just tweeted out that they need help shoveling the stadium out. So that'll be fun. Just please play the game in Buffalo. If it snows, it snows. Let them play. Don't move the stupid thing to Cleveland.
I think you're muted, Josh.
Yeah, I was. John, it sounds like that rumor wasn't real, so that's good. They'll be playing the game in Buffalo tomorrow.
Good.
Or Sunday. Hey, by the way, shout out to Kelsey. She says that her 6-year-old Charlotte has asked 17 times if we are really filming right now. Any chances we can give her a shout out? Yes, we are live right now. See, I can prove it.
We're live. We've been live the whole time.
Yeah, see, look, here comes some fireworks because we're live today. Whee! How fun is that?
Well, it's a lot. It's not as fun as Kalen DeBoer, the new head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
Hashtag
Tide
roll
has
Tide.
rolled in, and it has grabbed Kalen DeBoer off the shore and pulled it in
Wow,
to
poetic.
the sea. So Kalen DeBoer, the new head coach at Alabama, according to now everybody is reporting it, that he has just informed his Washington team that he has taken the Alabama job. There was an interesting tweet a little while ago before the show started from Terry Pettit, the legendary Nebraska volleyball coach, who wrote, "I'm not sure why people believe you have to fill a coaching position in 48 hours. It's more important to get the right fit than it is to fill it ASAP, particularly at a school that has the resources to compete at the highest level." And that's my initial thought. You know, it does sound ridiculous when you think about the high pressure, the high leverage, the high importance. I mean, it's the most important job in the state of Alabama.
Yours.
And yet there is this urgency that, oh my God, we have to fill this thing now. And some of that, I think a lot of that nowadays has to do with the transfer portal and trying to keep the players that you already have in-house still in-house. Because remember, with the transfer portal, which had closed here recently, it is reopened for 30 days for everybody on the Alabama roster. And so the pressure to get a new coach in there right away is to stabilize the situation so that you don't have a mass exodus of players. Then there's also recruiting that you have to think of. It doesn't make a lot of sense, Josh, that a position of this importance, that you would want at least a little time to think about it, do the proper vetting of candidates, interviewing of candidates. But that's not the way the world in college athletics, especially college football, works anymore, especially given the timing of this announcement coming the second week of January.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what would you have them do? Because I don't really know how you can operate in a different way. And I mean, I think the thing that I would definitely throw out there is, well, two things. One is that there have been rumors apparently within the coaching community and within those that cover the sport that he was about to retire. Like this has kind of been something that's been whispered behind the scenes all throughout the year. And a lot of people have said, like, we've heard these rumors for like 3 or 4 seasons. So, a lot of us were kind of ignoring it, but it has been out there. And so I have to imagine Greg Byrne, like any smart athletic director, and Greg Byrne certainly is a smart athletic director, always has that list. Bill Moose always talked about it, right? I have a list in my top drawer in my office of any coach that I would want to hire. And so I'm guessing Greg Byrne had a list. I would also say that, whether or not they were going after the various coaches that have gotten huge contract extensions over the last couple of days or have tweeted out videos or whatever it is, talking, of course, about like a Dan Lanning of the world. Like, I'm guessing that they have gone after people, that they have kicked the tires on people. And I mean, eventually, John, at this moment in time, I think that Kalen DeBoer would be a coach that a lot of people would be interested. Like, I don't imagine that he was that far down on the list. Ultimately, it was what I was saying. He's won it everywhere he's been. And so I'm not surprised. Like, I don't think they ended up with like a bad coach by any means. And so
no, I don't either. But that's the advantage that an Alabama has that maybe others don't, is that they could literally just start their list at the top of the collegiate coaching leaderboard and just work its way down from number 2 to number 3 to number 4 to number 5 and so on. Not every program has the cachet that Alabama does. So there's a little bit of a difference in how Greg Byrne can go about his search and how Trev Alberts had to go about his search, because Nebraska was not as attractive a job. Also, the timing of the announcement gave Trev the ability to spend several weeks vetting and looking for coaches. The timeline here, because of the transfer portal and recruiting, very crunched.
Yeah.
Coming up, we're going to get into the movie club. Kent is waiting in the green room. Leave the world behind. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, do not get out today on the roads unless you have to. We're getting reports of blizzard conditions across the metro, making it hard to see. Slick spots. There's a crash on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd that has traffic stopped all the way back to 96th. The entrance ramp to eastbound I-80 from 42nd Street is closed because of a crash. Westbound I-80 between 60th and 72nd is closed because of a wreck. And we've got an accident on southbound 480 at Woolworth Ave. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The Beatles come to life in Revolution, the music of the Beatles, a symphonic experience featuring the Omaha Symphony, January 20th and 21st at the Holland Center. Accompanied by hundreds of rare and unseen photos with stunning video and animation, Revolution takes audiences on a magical musical and visual journey with top performers and vocalists and the music you know and love. Tickets start at $20. Visit omahasymphony.org to get your tickets today before Revolution, the music of the Beatles, a symphonic experience, sells out.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with accelerated debt settlement. Just call 1-888-508-8051 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-508-8051. 1-888-508-8051.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
And we welcome in Kent Wogamon of the Lincoln Journal Star. Kent, have you been outside to scoop anything yet, or are you just going to wait until it melts?
No, I have already done the snow blower through one pass, and as soon as we're done here, it'll be time for number 2. I had a nice 2-foot drift in my driveway, and I figured it was time to get it out of there before it was 4 feet, and my snowblower went, ain't happening, you know?
Yeah. Please tell me, Kent, you don't have to go anywhere this weekend.
I do not. I have no intention of going anywhere. There was some talk about the wrestling nonsense.
Ugh.
And that talk ended quickly.
Good. Good. That makes me happy.
Partially because I went, no, I'm not covering.
And then you looked outside. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. It's I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get an accurate measurement of how much we have out there because how it's drifting everywhere. I mean, it's blowing so hard. It's really hard to kind of gauge just how much snow we've gotten.
Yeah, when I was out there before, there's a couple places where the wind doesn't blow, where it's just going to fall straight down. And it looked like about 3 or 4 inches, and that would have been about 2 o'clock. No, before that. Make that 12 o'clock, 11:30. So 3-4 inches at 11:30, I think was pretty accurate, at least at my house.
Well, it's kind of appropriate that on a day where it feels like everything's coming to an end, especially if you're stuck out there on the street, that our film this week is about, well, apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Leave the world behind. This is actually based off of a 2020 novel. Wow, written in 2020. Gee, I wonder what it's that. Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke are starring in this, and the brief synopsis is Julia Roberts plays a woman who she's kind of like a female Larry David, except she's not as funny. She just doesn't like anybody. And she wants to take the family out to Long Island, rent this nice house, and just have some nice time away from it all. Leave the world behind. And Ethan Hawke is her husband. Well, they get to the house. They realize, the internet's not working. They figure the router must be broken or something. And strange things start to happen. Well, later that night, Mahershala Ali and his daughter arrive. It's their house. They're the people that they rented the house from. And because of various things that have happened in the city, because of the blackout that has now apparently happened in the city, they need a place to stay. So they basically come back to their house, but they allow the Julia Roberts and her family to stick around. And so these 6 people, because you've got the 2 kids, they're all stuck in this house together. And suddenly very strange things start happening. You're getting alerts on your phone. The emergency alert system occasionally is going off. Loud noises. Animals just start showing up randomly, like deer just randomly showing up. And basically it's the apocalypse. And that's kind of a breakdown of what happens as they try to figure out what is happening. They can't get away. They can't get away from each other. And they're trying to figure out what's happening in the world. So anyway, with that said, thoughts?
Ken, do you want to go first?
Sure. I'll start with my confessing my usual level of idiocy. I texted Josh yesterday, what's the movie? Because I was stuck. I have a colleague I took to the doctor, and he was like, it'll only take about 10 minutes. And then they came out and said, he'll be in there for like an hour and a half. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do something. So I said, I'll watch this on my phone because I forgot what it was. And of course, as soon as I get it from Josh, I'm like, duh, I saw that when it was I saw it when Netflix sent it to me before its theatrical run. So I watched it again on my phone. So it's not an ideal picture to watch on your phone. I don't think there is such a thing. But having seen it before, I think it's a pretty darn good movie. I'm going to try not to spoil anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you got 3 things are interesting about it. Number one, it is not a conventional end of the world thriller type picture, right?
Correct.
Yes.
There's very little violence, very little destruction, any of that kind of stuff, right? There's no aliens that come down. There's no whatever, right?
Yep.
So it's more of a psychological film than it is a action film, for like a better way to put it. It deals with some really interesting issues because it's in a sense a science fiction film, and the real good sci-fi movies deal with contemporary issues, not the right. They're under their subtext. So you're dealing with racism, you're dealing with class, you're dealing with conspiracy theories. That Kevin Bacon character, right?
Yeah.
All of those things, you're going through all of those, and within this context of what is going on, is this the end of the world, right? So I thought that was very good. The other thing is this thing is spectacularly acted.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There is not one bad performance, including the kids, in the whole thing. Not that there are that many people, because you throw in Kevin Bacon and you put in the Spanish woman, the Spanish-speaking woman that he sees, that he sees on the highway. That's it. Those are your speaking roles.
I didn't even bother to look at the credits, but yeah, outside of that, I'm trying to think if there's anyone else who would have gotten an acting credit.
No, that's it. That's all there is. 7.
I mean, there's no
I was going to say, so yeah, there's seven people in this
basically
movie.
see 8 people in this movie. You basically see 8 people.
Yep. Yeah. And it still works, and they're all very, very good. It's interesting because Julia Roberts, of course, was America's sweetheart forever, and she's Karen, in this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And she is not remotely a likable character. Yeah. Right. And that's acting. She could transform into that. And Ethan Hawke and Kevin Bacon, I really like both of them. I've actually spoken with both of them, and I thought they were terrific. And Mahershala Ali, this was supposed to be Denzel. I think this is a better casting. I think Denzel would have overwhelmed it. Too big a star.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Sorry.
Julia Roberts is
the lady who played the doctor, or the daughter.
She was awesome.
She was so good.
What's her name though? Mahila. I don't even know how to say her name. She was the perfect foil for Julia Roberts, right?
Yeah.
Whenever they be in a scene together, and I don't remember her name, and B, I couldn't pronounce it when I saw it. So
I think it's Mahala or Myhala.
Mahala, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, she plays Mahershala Ali's daughter, and she's kind of the opposite of Julia Roberts, but they're both antagonists.
Yes.
Both kind of needling and working each other, while the men, Ethan Hawke and
they just want to get through the weekend.
They're trying to keep. I guess if there was only one critique that I had, and I don't think this is spoiling anything because it happens mid-flick, but Mahershala Ali goes out to investigate what's happening and discovers a plane crash. A plane has crashed on Long Island. It's washed up on the shore. There's bodies and parts and pieces everywhere. And then another plane is coming in.
Yeah.
And he has to run away from it. The fact that he wasn't just freaked out when he comes back to tell these people. I mean, most people would be like, "Oh my God, I just saw this thing," but he kind of played it off as just something else happened. That was the only thing that kind of threw me off a little bit, because I would have thought that, for example, when Ethan Hawke sees the drone dropping all the leaflets, he's losing his mind. He's bug-eyed. He's trying to drive away as fast as he can. And that's why I got the impression that Ali's character was behind all of this somehow, that he was kind of downplaying a lot of this stuff. And it turns out he really wasn't, or at least it doesn't feel like he was.
I think they tried to explain that when he got to talking later on about his client. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they entirely succeeded, frankly. Yeah. But, the other aspect to this, seeing it 2 times, and this is really strange. The first time, I didn't quite get what was up with the ending. Okay. I got it this time. The book apparently ends with a question mark. What is going to happen? It doesn't try to. This one is trying to give you a little hint and a little more optimistic ending, right? That, can't spoil it, but it looks like these people might get through it. Let's just say it that way.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
It looks
I don't
like
know what you guys.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I can't go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, about 20 minutes left in the film, I called the ending.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it, but 20 minutes left, and I just thought, I think this is what's going to happen, and it literally ended exactly the way I thought. And I agree with you, Kent. I think it is meant to at least leave you with a little bit of hope. There's certainly no conclusion. There's no, everyone's going to be okay necessarily, but it may be implied that things are going to end up working out at some point.
I'm not as smart as you, John, because I called the ending about 2 minutes before it happened, and I thought to myself, I swear if they do what I think they're about to do, then they did it. I was mad, but not in a bad way. I was just like
Oh, I wasn't mad. I wasn't disappointed. I liked it, and we haven't even teased that little through line in the story. And you know what? I don't even think we need to mention it.
No, definitely not.
But yes, there's a through line that features the youngest daughter.
And I thought she was great. I thought that she was one of my favorite performers in the whole movie. Kent, one of the things that you hit on a little bit, and I know John kind of did too, the atmosphere of this movie I thought was spectacular. So it's funny, I watched the movie last night, and afterwards I take my dog outside, and just because of the setting and the mood that I was in, I'm walking outside and it's very quiet and it's windy and there's snow falling, and the movie stuck with me, and it has stuck with me all the way into today. And I think another thing that John mentioned, or that you mentioned, Kent, rather, it's like, it's not loud. Like, there's a movie coming out except
for a couple of times.
Really, like, yeah, but there's this movie coming out from a director that we have done named Alex Garland. It's called Civil War, and the trailer I think looks really, really good. But it seems like it's going to be kind of the opposite of this, where it's going to deal with similar themes, and it's going to be very in your face about it. This one wasn't. This one, I think it really, really sits with you. And I think another way that it does too was Sam Esmail, how him and his cinematographer, how they shot certain scenes. John mentioned the beach scene, like the way in which he's shooting that, I think is so cool. There's a moment early on where Julia Roberts wakes up, and the way that the camera is set up for her laying on her bed and her daughter, it looks like they're face to face, even though it wouldn't have been that way. In real life, as you're talking to someone. I love that. He directed a show, or he created a show called Mr. Robot. He did a show with Julia Roberts, I believe, on Amazon, that was also shot in very interesting, unique ways. And I thought that really added to the setting of it as well.
And a lot of those shots are aerial from above.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that, I think that's key to understand the movie as well. Right?
Yeah.
That's trying to show you, A, they don't know what's going on, and B, this play, it's very weird out there, and those aerial shots kind of do that. So you were going to say something, I think, Nick.
Yeah, just adding on to what you said, Josh. I also just loved the way every single shot in this film, I loved how they had the brief single shots, like somebody would say something to go here and then go back here. The angles they used, and you mentioned Mr. Robot. Oh, I haven't seen Mr. Robot yet, but after watching this movie, I really want to, because if it's shot similarly to this, then I would love it. Doing a little bit of digging after, it's confirmed that it takes place in the same universe as Mr. Robot.
Okay, well, that does help explain a little bit too. And Nick, one of the things in terms of the way he shoots it, like there's this one scene in particular, I can't remember exactly when it happened. I think it was more towards the middle. I just don't know how much I want to say, but the family, I can say it. The family thinks they're going to try to leave. And so they leave in the van. And so the way the camera is set up, though, it's all the blank space above them. As they watch them drive off, you just kind of see two characters from about the chest up. And I think, but they're at the very bottom of the frame. And I think that's one of the very cool shots, again, that Esmail is able to do in this. And I really dig the way his stuff looks because it's very different compared to a lot of other directors.
And for a movie with the kind of theme that this has, and you know, I'm just kind of pulling out of thin air here. When they remade War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise, that was kind of a dark film, right? There was a lot of this was a bright film.
Mm-hmm.
This was outside of there were some scenes at night, but there was just a level of brightness and clarity.
The very beginning, their bedroom, how blue everything was.
Yes.
I got Wes Anderson vibes from a lot of some of the camera shots and some of the.
And you might
design.
think that would run counter to the theme of the film, but it doesn't. I don't know. There's just a vibrance about it that it just looks really well, not just in how it's shot, but just the lighting, and everything looks very, very clear and very bright. And yet you're dealing with some of these, doomsday elements that are taking place.
One thing that we haven't talked about that I think is also key here is that this movie is about technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And our dependence on technology and what would happen if we can't. The big tragedy for the little girl is no Wi-Fi at the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then the TV doesn't work. And then I think one of the most telling lines is delivered by Ethan Hawke, and I don't want to give away the situation, but when he's standing there saying, my phone doesn't work, a GPS doesn't work, I'm a worthless man or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well, think about that. I mean, that's a statement, isn't it, about today?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought about myself in that moment, Ken. I was like, would I be like his character? And I was like, probably. I feel like I rely on. Ken, let me ask you this, because Amazing Daniel, he tweeted this at us, and I've been thinking about it a lot because, so when we sent out the note last week, hey, this is the movie we're going to be watching, every response we got was, this movie sucks. The movie is too slow. The ending isn't very good. And I was like, okay, so people aren't digging it. My wife has actually read the book. There was one particular moment in it that she really didn't like, and it was smallly depicted. But Daniel asked us this. He says, I haven't watched this yet and have been on the fence. Sounds like you guys liked it. So I'm curious, what do you think is driving this low audience score? And he had a screenshot. The tomato meter for this is 76%. The audience score is 34%. And I got a text. We got a text right as this segment started. Hated the movie. Julia Roberts' character was ridiculously unlikable. Her character was so over the top and not believable. Plot was slow developing. Nothing happens. Mentions the ending. I won't read that part. Oh, and Kevin Bacon is in it in a completely unnecessary role. A lot of I essentially put out a call.
I couldn't disagree more with that.
Kevin Bacon's
role was very necessary.
And so I don't want to be harsh to some people, but Daniel, a different Daniel, said a lot of people didn't like the relatively abrupt ending and were frustrated because it didn't come right out and explain the resolution of everything for them. And so, not to be mean, but are people just not used to a movie challenging them like this? Because I found it just absolutely fascinating.
The movie also resolved most of its plot points that it created itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got the ends of a lot of these stories, most of the stories.
It doesn't tell you exactly what's going on ever. From the start to the finish, you never know exactly what's going on. It doesn't tie everything up in this neat little bow, and it's not the survivor. We made it through the apocalypse and the world's going to be a better place that most of these apocalyptic movies come out. That's where they're ending. This one's way too ambiguous, right?
Yeah.
For that. So by not following the formula, that's one thing why people don't like it. And the second is what I said way early on. This is not an action type movie. This is a psychological movie, and it's a character movie. And so it's going to be, quote, slow. Well, welcome to real movies, right? I mean, look at, pick one. Killers of the Flower Moon comes on Apple TV today. So if you've got Apple, you can watch it. It is for that audience. It's going to be too slow because it's, it develops. It, quote, slow movie is nothing I take as a valid criticism, right? It's just that's a criticism of the audience, not of the film.
I didn't even think it was slow, though. That's the wild part. Like, I thought it moved at a very good pace.
Was really good.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a problem. In some ways, and I know we think psychological, and, of course, the man who, really brought psychological movies to the mainstream, Alfred Hitchcock, you think of Psycho. Psycho is a murder movie. There was one murder.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing here. It's a doomsday-ish flick, but it's not, we're not fighting off, the bad guys in all of this. This is like a sliver of these people, their story coming together and their experience, just as we all would have experienced it
just
by ourselves.
Normal people thrown into this situation is what it is.
Exactly.
That's you hit it, Nick, right there. This is normal, right? It's not, for lack of a better word, Hollywoodized.
Yeah, like in War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise is trying to help save the world. None of these people are trying to save the world. They're just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Other criticisms I have seen about this movie doing my research after. So we describe this as a sci-fi movie. There's going to be a level of suspension of disbelief you're just going to have to do. That's just kind of comes with the territory. What this movie is also needs a suspension of disbelief with some of the way things work, but also kind of a psychological suspension of disbelief, because if you start thinking a little too hard about some of the scenes, like the beach scene John mentioned earlier, then it's going to fall apart. But it was very intentionally done that way to help tell the story and convey one of the many themes of the movie. I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, well done, but you're right on that. There are some things that happen that you have to just say, okay, it's a movie, right?
Yeah.
You have no other way to accept that. But I think you really hit on it. It's just too normal, right? These are real people, quote unquote. They're trying to deal with this. And so you don't get the things that people come to expect. Let's just put it that way. And I think one of the things that we have to acknowledge is that we're people who like movies and who don't go into movies thinking they have to follow a formula, number one. And number two, are willing to let a movie be the movie it is, not what
the movie we wanted.
Exactly.
And I would admit that of the four of us, I probably lean more that way than the rest of you, and I liked it. Right? I mean, I mostly like things to be tied up for the most part, but I'm willing to allow. I liked this. I would explain two of the criticisms. The one about Julia Roberts' character being too over the top. She literally establishes it from the very first scene how she hates people.
Yeah.
So if you go into it with that, you can believe it. And then to the point of, well, how did this all of this happen? Why is this happening? There's a sequence there towards the end where Ali is he's kind of explaining what his clients have done, and he kind of explains how these things can happen in 3 stages.
Yeah, that was a great scene.
And that kind of explains the what is going on without overtly telling you the Russians did it, the Koreans did it, or whoever did it. But it just kind of explains in a broad sense what's happening here. So I guess if you can take in those pieces of information as you watch this, maybe you won't be as hung up on the fact that not everything gets tied up and gets over explained.
The overall story was told through the background, but then the stories that mattered were told in the forefront, which I also loved.
Right.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. I thought it was really good. I want to watch it again, like really, really soon.
I want to read the book.
Yeah. And I think it's notable. This was a huge hit for Netflix. It had 70 million views the first week that it went up.
Given the sound design, Kent, I'm so bummed that I didn't get a chance to see this in theaters. I don't even know if it was available in Omaha, but man, it
played for a week, I believe, at a couple theaters in Omaha and a couple in Lincoln, just like Maestro did a couple weeks ago. That's what the Netflix distribution model now for their quote prestige movies. They're bigger, they're not Adam Sandler produced crap movies. Is to give them a week or two in quote select theaters and then put it on a streaming. So it did play in the theaters. I've never seen it in the theaters because Netflix sends me their new movies through a media portal thing. And so I don't see them even when they do go to the theaters because I get them on. That's how I see them. Like you see every other Netflix movie.
Yeah, obviously, like seeing a thing on a bigger screen is always more fun. But man, after watching The Killers in the theater, a movie we did a few weeks ago, and then watching it again on Netflix, the sound design is what I have started appreciating even more. At a movie, it is so much better, and so the bass hits a little harder. Everything is it's so much better, and so.
Well, you go to a film like Maestro. Let's use that for an example. Not only is it sound design in the construction of the film, it's sound design in the application when you hear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you had the Phil speakers in your house and you had all of this, then it would work.
Yeah.
But you don't.
No,
right?
I have a sound bar.
You have 16 speakers in your living room.
Yeah.
Well, this ought to be interesting, and I'd be curious for those who decide to watch it later. You're more than welcome to email us, send us a tweet. I'm curious what you think, because I have a feeling based on some of the initial responses, this might be one where we all like it, but maybe most of you don't. But I'll be curious to hear down the road if you do decide to watch it. Leave the World Behind. It is streaming on Netflix.
And if we all like it and you don't, okay, guys, welcome to the wonderful world of the movie critic.
Yeah, I like this from Kevin.
It's like we're the weathermen and everybody's hating on us because of our.
We're bringing the snow. Yeah, Kevin said this is a great conversation. This is now like the second or third time in the last month and a half I feel like that we have had a really good in-depth discussion about a movie like this. So, I think this one will sit with you, if you watch it. Let us know what you think.
Just after the movie got over last night, I watched it right before bed. I just laid on my couch staring at my ceiling, just processing it for a solid 5 minutes before I could just get up and go to bed.
I had to watch this on the flight to and from Chicago this week.
On a flight?
Needless to say, the scene where he's out there, with the plane crash, while you're flying.
That's really reassuring. Isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't the best, but we got through it. All right, Josh, I think it's your turn.
It is. We are going to the app that everyone cannot stop talking about this week because it's broadcasting a playoff game. That is, of course, Peacock. They have the Chiefs-Dolphins game tomorrow night, and it's a very new movie. I have heard wonderful reviews about it. It is called The Holdovers. I think we mentioned it, Kent, at the very end of last year with Paul Giamatti. So The Holdovers, we will watch it on Peacock.
It is really, it was in my top 5.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's Alexander Payne's movie, right? Omaha's own. It's great. It's great.
All right, cool. So, we'll watch that for next week.
Paul Giamatti, apparently, after the Golden Globes last week, was photographed in an In-N-Out burger in his tuxedo. So
perfect.
The man is a smart man who knows good French fries.
I called it an instant holiday classic in my
Okay. Awesome.
Ooh.
Well, the holiday's over, so thanks, Josh. Picking a Christmas.
Sorry, Nick. It's still cold outside, and our tree
But
hasn't
it's
been
not
taken down.
really a Christmas movie in that sense. It's not. Santa doesn't arrive or anything, so we're safe.
Okay,
it's like Die
Nick,
Hard. Where
my
it's
Christmas
definitely
lights
not a
will
Christmas
not be
movie.
coming down until probably April, based on all the snow that's out there and my schedule the next 2 months. So
I got mine out last Sunday. It was like, this is the last warm day. I better go now.
Just do what I do and don't put any up to begin with.
yeah, that'd go over well with certain people in my house.
Mhm. Yeah, right. John and I'd be living in the same box under the interstate.
You guys could be roommates.
You wouldn't have to decorate the box.
We'll be huddled up in the same blanket going, I don't know what the rest of the world thought, but I thought Leave the World Behind was good. And somehow now I've started talking like Kent. All right.
So, two comments. How about the Huskers?
Yeah.
The number one team. What is going on there?
Now you're going to be happy when your bosses say you have to go cover them because you're going to be covering a good team.
Well, I will be covering them only if they manage to get themselves in the top 25. And that, I think, is probably contingent on what happens. Are they playing tonight?
They are at 8:30.
Go ahead and play. Okay. Tonight. And then my other comment, go Pack, go.
Oh, Kent, come on. And with that, we're way past time for a break. We have to move on as fast as possible.
See you, Kent.
See ya.
Bye, Kent.
Yeah, welcome out of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Leave the World Behind. It's streaming on Netflix. We will be back as we're closing in on happy hour, which means on Friday, One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Bank's still sleeping.
Oh, you do.
Wrigley went outside a moment ago and then wasn't going to come in. And I'm like, dog, you get your butt in here. It's too damn cold.
It's way too cold to hang out outside.
1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Near blizzard-like conditions for the remainder of your Saturday. Snow tapering off around 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, but blowing snow a factor throughout the remainder of your Friday night. Overnight tonight between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. may see another half an inch of snow on the ground from a small system, but temperatures thereafter are going to be frigid outside, not reaching above 0 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, be ready for delays across the metro with whiteout conditions, blizzard-like conditions in several spots with slick roads. We are getting a report that Northwest Radial northbound is closed between Fontenelle Boulevard and 48th Street. It's got traffic stopped back from Hamilton. The crash has 2 left lanes blocked on eastbound I-80 just before 60th with stop-and-go traffic back to 84th. The stall blocking the right lane on westbound Dodge at 132nd, and also a stall blocking traffic on Maple at 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $965 million, which has helped provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 26th at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pink Out Game, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers. You can find details on 1620thezone.com and at cancer.org/pinkout.
There's a reason people are joining the movement behind Nikki Haley.
She's a very, very successful governor. Haley shows us what American foreign policy looks like with the spine.
Your family deserves a president with grit and grace, a different style, not a name from the past. Nikki Haley will secure our border, restore our economy, and make our nation respected once more. Listen to Nikki Haley.
Our moment is now. Our mission is clear. Let's save our country and secure our future, and let's move forward together toward our destiny in a strong and proud America.
Iowa, it's time to caucus. Go to nikkihaley.com/Iowa to learn more. And on Monday, January 15th, don't forget to caucus for a new generation of conservative leadership. That's nikkihaley.com/Iowa.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You help make it soft, so shut up.
On 1620, The Zone.
All right, still to come, we're going to have our playoff brackets, the brackets that we filled out. But also, we're going to do our rankings, because it's been rankings week. And how do we best describe this? These are the teams besides our own.
The tolerable rankings.
The tolerable rankings. These are the teams we would most tolerate to win the Super Bowl if it can't be our own teams, because people forget that all three of our favorite teams are in the playoffs this year.
You didn't trust me to make another ranking?
I mean, Nick, feel free. Sorry, I thought that I included you on this. We're just ranking the teams that we'd be most okay with winning 1 through 13 with the other teams that are in the playoffs.
If it can't be our own.
Nick, this is all vibes based. This is total vibes is what you're doing here.
Yes,
So this will be perfect
you actually can't be wrong on this one.
Unless you forget a team again for some reason. And you can't include the Dolphins. We know you want the Dolphins to win.
It was technically there. I just
No,
didn't
it was not
read it.
technically there.
Not there at all. It was neither technical nor there.
Just
My
because
question-
it was in print, John.
My question for Nick yesterday, John, that I never got to ask was, why have a sticky note with the rankings anyway if you're typing out the email? Just type out the email and you can put it together on there.
Because I had this sticky note up on my computer while I was looking at the different teams, and I wasn't sure who was quarterbacking what team at the moment because everybody's been dying.
Okay.
Wait, everyone's been dying?
Yeah, especially in the AFC, John. People forget a lot of starting quarterbacks aren't playing right now.
Oh, I see.
There are a lot of injuries.
I don't know what your X feed is doing right now, but trending on mine is Scott Frost.
Oh,
what?
So I clicked on it.
Yeah, what's going on there?
And
there he is.
and under the top button, Tim Brando tweeted, just got off the radio in Tuscaloosa, and it's apparently official. Kalen DeBoer's the new head coach. Before the Scott Frost at Old Takes Exposed jokes start, let me say unequivocally, he is not the next generation Saban, but he's the perfect choice because he's lived a completely different coaching life than any of the other candidates might have been experienced. Of course, Tim Brando, notorious for the opening of the game that never happened between Nebraska and Akron when Brando basically talked
He
up
said he'd
Scott
be Urban
Frost.
Meyer, right?
Yeah, basically the next Urban Meyer.
Yeah, okay, that's funny. Well done by him to poke fun at himself, though.
Yes,
I give him
poke fun at
credit for
himself.
poking fun at himself.
But then also others have responded to an RG3 tweet about DeBoer being a phenomenal hire and he would love to play for a guy like that. At Tennessee Mojo quote tweeted it and said, "Future Scott Frost." And Josh Pate, who is a CBS
relation.
college football analyst, said, I get the sense that many who believe DeBoer wouldn't work at Alabama also thought Scott Frost was a grand slam hire for Nebraska. So that's why Scott Frost has been trending apparently on Twitter.
So he's just catching strays, essentially.
He's just catching strays.
So I'd say this. I think Kalen DeBoer is a really good dude. He's been a great head coach. His career record speaks for itself. We had the number earlier, 101-9 in non-COVID seasons that he has coached at the head coaching level. He has been incredible. That said, we often think that coaches are slam dunk hires at worse programs in Alabama, like a Scott Frost, like a Jimbo Fisher, only to have been proven otherwise. So it's hard for me to be critical of either side of the argument. Honestly, I've kind of reached that point as I look at hires, that if I were going to give you one reason I think he'll be excellent and one reason I think he's going to fall flat on his face, I'll go with the latter first, and I'll actually give you two. The first is he's following Saban. So, I mean, you kind of start there. He's going to be held to an impossible standard. But the other one would be, and this is in relation to Saban, how will he do at recruiting? This is the most cutthroat recruiting conference in the entire country. Obviously, Nick Saban, the best recruiter of his generation and probably any generation, that place expects it. How is he going to do when a top 10 recruiting class might be 5th or 6th best in your own league? So I would look at that as that'll be interesting given the locales he's been at and what type of recruiting he has done so far. The positive would be he's an incredible offensive mind and he's been a winner. I mean, so I would just look at that. When he is at the lowest level, he wins. When he goes to Fresno State, he wins. When he gets to the Power 5, now the Power 4, he wins. So he's figured out a way to do so. And so I would lean on that. But I think the recruiting question and the following Saban question, I think it's very, very, very fair to bring something like that up.
Well, here's my challenge for anyone who doesn't like this hire. Would you have liked any hire?
Bingo.
It would have been
outside
impossible.
of Kirby Smart.
Correct.
Which was not going to happen. Would you have liked any hire? You would have poked holes in Muschamp. Not Muschamp. Why? Where that was a pull. In Sark. You would have poked holes in Lane Kiffin. You would have poked holes in Mike Norvell. You would have poked holes in maybe Lanning, maybe.
Yeah, he would have been maybe the most universal.
And Lanning isn't as accomplished as DeBoer.
Correct.
As a head coach.
Yeah.
As a head coach. Yeah, the concerns over recruiting in that part of the country, but it's going to depend. I mean, what kind of a staff is he going to put together? Because those guys are going to be boots on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But Kalen DeBoer is going to do things his way, just like any other coach would be. The biggest mistake that anybody could make is to try to replicate the same thing of a great predecessor. Yes, there are common themes, just like Nick Saban's process was no different than Tom Osborne's process, right? There are some common themes, but if you try to just be the next Nick Saban, you will fail miserably. He has to be the next Kalen DeBoer and hope that that is good enough to uphold the winning tradition of Alabama football.
Yeah, and Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620, essentially saying the same thing. I think DeBoer is the best coach Bama could have hired. Great coach. The biggest thing to watch will be who he has for his staff. Staff generally does the recruiting in major college football with the head coach as the closer. If he hires a staff of dynamic recruiters, look out. And yeah, I think John bringing that up, I think it's a very fair point, and perhaps the most important point, because we know he's a really good offensive mind. We know he's been on the forefront of doing a lot of things there. He has a great eye for talent with what he did with Penix. And I mean, of course, he's doing some good things on game days to get that program to 14-0 and into the national championship game. And if a 4th down conversion goes their way early on, maybe we're talking about a different national champion just a few days later. But I think what you said at the start, it's a very good observation. Who would have gotten universal praise? Kirby Smart's the only name on the list. And I think Dan Lanning, you're right. He probably would have been the closest to it. Otherwise, though, you're following the legend, and it's just really difficult to do so.
Coming up next, before we get to a slew of NFL playoff stuff, we have not, at least I haven't. I know you guys did probably on Monday when I was gone, but we haven't really talked much this week about the possibility of Dana Holgorsen.
Yes, you and I have not.
Some thoughts, and we'll do that, and then we'll get into our playoff picks, our tolerable rankings, One Beer Friday on this snowbound
Gross.
One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Thick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Creighton Sports Update. Creighton men's basketball returns home to the CHI Health Center Omaha tomorrow at noon to take on St. John's. The Big East Road Trip Fan Festival kicks off at 9:30 a.m. in the Convention Center. Women's basketball returns to DJ Sokol Arena Sunday at 1 p.m. for a contest with Providence. A limited number of donuts will be available for fans Sunday as we celebrate Donut Day. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
The Zone hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
So, of course, the world was abuzz last weekend when rumors started to fly that Dana Holgorsen and Nebraska might be talking, whether it's a coordinator job, an assistant coach job of another kind, an analyst job, that we don't know. It's interesting, though, since those rumors blew up Saturday, Sunday, a lot of radio silence since then. But maybe that's just part of the normal process. My question, though, is this. Is it the right fit?
In what way?
When you look at Holgerson's past, he is from the Hal Mumme coaching tree. Hal Mumme, of course, who helped design the offense that Mike Leach brought to the fore, and certainly his development of quarterbacks and those types of high profile or high scoring, high tempo offenses has worked well for him. That's not what Matt Rule has said he wants to run. So I'm just curious and I'm not discrediting Holgorsen. I mean, as a quarterback coach, he's obviously got some good pedigree. I mean, Case Keenum was really good. Brandon Wheaton at Oklahoma State, when he was coordinating there, had a lot of success. Graham Harrell, going back to his days when he was at Texas Tech there with Mike Leach. I'm not questioning his credentials. I'm just wondering if the fit from an offensive scheme and style standpoint is necessarily the right one.
I think, John, it's interesting if you break it down maybe from the perspective of, is he a coordinator? Is he a quarterback's coach? Or if he is an analyst? I think going off of what you said, there's a world where you can have three different answers on the level of the level you like of that move, right? Like, I think what you say about him as a coordinator, I think there's some merit to that. I mean, it certainly would go against what we thought that they would be running. He doesn't run that type of offense.
Against what we thought they would running, unless they plan a complete redesign, which, just judging by their recruiting, I would say no, that, Matt Rule wants some ball control. He wants to be more like Michigan.
On the other hand, if he is coaching the quarterback, developing the quarterback, and if he is an analyst helping out the same thing, I would say that you could. I don't really know why it would be a negative, because he's just developing quarterbacks. He's showing them how to throw the football around, right? He's teaching them from that perspective, and so I think it's a slam dunk might be too strong, but I think it's a really good get. I'm curious to see what it's for. Early on, some of the people that I were talking to were saying that they thought he was going to come in to be a coordinator. It seems like that smoke or that chatter has lessened a little bit, and it probably will be more of a behind-the-scenes role. I'm curious if it's that. I'm also curious, John, to see what are analysts allowed to do in 2024 in college football versus in previous years. There have been various things that they are like wanting to vote upon in the NCAA about what are analysts allowed to do, what kind of coaching can they have with players. And so I'd be really interested to see if that is going to change at all before the 2024 season.
It has gotten very quiet, though, so maybe nothing is going to happen at all from all of this, and maybe it was just Matt Rule just talking, just gauging some interest, and who knows? I mean, Holgerson's in that weird spot now where, for the longest time he's been on the up and come, and now, as a former head coach, what path does he want to take? Where does he see his football future? Does he still fancy himself as a head coach and he needs a rehab assignment? Or is this transitioning to, something more behind the scenes? That's only a question that he can answer, and we don't know any of that right now. We're not sure where his mind is with all of this.
I'll definitely disagree with what you said about, is this potentially not happening? I will put in a grumball, the undefeated grumball. The Dana Holgorsen will be joining Nebraska before spring football. Grumball, John. It's going to happen.
Undefeated,
we'll
John.
See. We'll see.
Doubting the grumball. Doubting Thomas.
I have reason to doubt the grumball.
Unreal.
Hold on a second. Hey, Georgia, how's your new quarterback, Dylan Ray? Oh, he didn't? Yeah. See,
Josh
I know
never said he was going to be the quarterback there.
He finished his high school season.
He's not going to be the tight end there either. He's not going to be anything there because he didn't go there.
But
I'm gonna let everybody know on Twitter. The grumball is going in, and Dana Holgorsen will be a skir.
but to what degree and what level? Because I'll be honest, if it is as a coordinator, I would either be concerned or I would be very intrigued. I'd be concerned because if they're trying to round peg square hole, Matt Rule wanting to do one thing, I would be intrigued if it means it's a total 180 from what it is we've been told they want to be offensively to changing to something else. Because
I don't think he'll call plays. I don't think he'll call plays.
Now, it could be possibly, maybe there's a possibility of run game coordinator, pass game coordinator, where Satterfield takes on the run game coordinator and Holgorsen takes on the pass game coordinator. Even that, though, is a little odd because, again, Holgerson's he likes those high tempo, quick paced offenses. So it would require either a modification of what Matt Rule ultimately wants to be, or it would require Holgorsen to dial back on what has traditionally been his offensive instincts. And I'm not saying those things can't happen, just be very intriguing to see how it would happen. Coming up, NFL playoff predictions. We have filled out our brackets.
Yes, we have.
We also have our tolerability rankings.
Yes, we do. I have tiers, John. I have 6 tiers of rankings.
Wow,
These are the teams that we would tolerate most winning if it's not our own. And speaking of tolerable, anything to make this weather tolerable will be welcome. One Beer Friday, presented by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. It is time to crack them open, folks. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, we got a stall blocking the left shoulder on eastbound I-80 just before 72nd, causing delays through there. Same goes with the stall blocking traffic on Maple at 72nd. The stall has the right lane blocked on eastbound Center at 40th Street, and then delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 144th. Delays on L Street for both directions between I-80 and 90th, and be ready for whiteout conditions and slick spots across the metro with the storm. I'm Mike Neville.
Time-saving traffic is brought to you by Radon Defense Midwest. Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East. Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
Here's a fact that doesn't seem to get mentioned enough. Owning a home actually helps you build personal wealth. Homeownership is a huge factor in building personal wealth. There are some naysayers who say it's too expensive, but rates will come down, and when they do, the competition is going to be fierce. One financial statistic shows that the net worth of those that own a home is 40 times greater than those that rent. So maybe take a few minutes to call me at Mortgage Specialists to go through the reasons why, even though the current market is different, why it's always a good time to buy a home to build your net worth. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays Shoot Around and Overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays Shoot Around and Overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a 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 throw from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
This is a great day to just stay inside, stay at home.
Yep, stay at home, not go
start
anywhere.
Mm.
In the comfort of your own house.
It's really nice, Nick. It really is, man. I'm happy you say that. I'm happy you agree with us, Nick.
With your dogs next to you.
No, he's gone now.
Wrigley's upstairs.
Yeah, he had to go outside, and now he's hanging out with his mom.
Yeah, Wrigley's upstairs waiting for mom to get home.
Mm.
Welcome to One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. You have a chance to win. Who is our craft beer brewer this week, Nick?
Infusion.
Sadly, we're not all together in studio, so we all had to improvise. But
I have some.
Yeah, Josh jacked some last night.
Yeah, I
He
took
one
two
I
of them.
wanted.
Smart choice.
Show him the other one, Josh. The
Oh,
one that I wanted.
Nick, I didn't realize you wanted that.
Why wouldn't I want it, Josh? You know me. Sad. That's
Josh is
fine.
reaching
While
back into
Josh
his
gets
beer
that,
fridge.
I'm having a beer.
A beer.
I have side eye. It's a malted milk ball stout, and it has a dog. It looks like a black lab. Yeah, so hell yeah, in honor of Banks. So yeah, I'll have that probably later tonight.
So Josh is having an IPA. I'm having a beer. It's a lager.
And I'm having a beer. It's in a glass.
Nice.
And you can have whatever you like and send it to us and use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and Nick will slide into your DMs. But do it sooner. Normally, we kind of let it bleed into the evening hours, but Nick would like to get the H out of there after the show so he doesn't get stuck.
Yes.
So send us pics of what you are drinking, and we might be able to set you up with $25 gift card from Infusion. Nick will be picking one at random, but only from those of you who share what it is you're drinking this weekend and using the hashtag OneBeerFriday on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Yeah. Beer.
Before we get to the NFL stuff, a brief snippet into the internet is undefeated because this is local and it comes from Bellevue. And this was a tweet that had to be put out last night by Sergeant Sean Vest of the Bellevue Police Department that reads as follows. If you live in Old Town Bellevue and are currently pouring gas onto the snow and trying to light it on fire as a form of snow removal, you cannot do that. Our officers are on the way to talk to you now.
Seems like a normal way to put out the snow, though, John. I mean, instead of scooping, just light your house on fire, and you'll be totally fine.
Very effective.
Snow doesn't like fire, John. It makes sense to me.
I don't think it's very effective, even at $2.59 a gallon.
It is getting cheaper, thanks to President B for the cheaper gas.
Well, only in places not named Lincoln.
Oh, that's right. It is. The Lincoln tax is very, very high.
Yeah, the Lincoln tax is very high, but
Very
do
high.
not pour gas onto the snow and light it on fire. It's not how you do it, friends.
No.
Not how you do it. All right, it is time for our tolerability rankings. As you know, all three, if you follow the scrum, all three of our favorite teams are in the playoffs, and they're all three playing this weekend. The Chiefs get to go, or the Dolphins get to go first, exclusively on Peacock.
Hell yeah.
The Rams will play on Sunday night on free over-the-air NBC National Broadcasting Television because America wants to watch the Rams. And then Dallas plays Sunday afternoon against Green Bay.
Wow.
So I'll start. I did not have time to put together any fancy graphics for this, but here are my tolerability rankings. The Lions are my most tolerable team, non-Rams, to win. So I'm going to be torn this week a little bit because when the Rams beat the Lions, then my next favorite team in the playoffs will be eliminated. But sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
And then your next team after that will also be eliminated this weekend because the Packers are going to lose
actually
too.
They won't, because they'll wallop the Cowboys because that's what the Packers always do to Dallas in the playoffs. The next team is the Browns. And then number 4 is the Bills. Then we skip to the bottom. The Chiefs come in at number 11. Frisco comes in at number 12. And coming in at number 1,000 is Evil That Shall Not Be Mentioned by Name. And all the others just fit in the middle. So really, I guess I have 4 tiers too. I got my top tier of Lions, Packers, Browns, and Bills. Those are the most tolerable. The others are in the meh category.
The Chiefs are upsetting you, John. You've been triggered by the Chiefs.
I'm not triggered by the Chiefs. I don't want to. Who non-Chiefs fans want to see them win yet again?
Yeah, I have them kind of low in my rankings too. You'll see where they're at.
So there you go. There's my tolerability rankings.
All right. I wish I would have known you were taking a screenshot because I would have done one too. So I have.
I'll send you mine, John.
Okay, so I have 6 tiers because I actually ranked all 13 teams. I don't have this jumble of 5 through 10. So I have 6 tiers. Kind of rooting for, wouldn't mind, meh, gross, please God no, or cataclysmic. And so in the kind of rooting for tier, it's funny, John, we actually have 3 of the same teams near the top. The Bills would be my number 1 if Dallas can't do it. I'd love to see that fan base get a Super Bowl. Be totally cool with Josh Allen winning a Super Bowl. Yada, yada, yada. I actually have the Ravens at number 2. I really like Lamar Jackson. I like John Harbaugh. I thought about ranking them a little bit lower, but because they've won 2 Super Bowls in my lifetime, but I really would be happy for Lamar. I have the Browns 3, and if it's funny, Before the season, I never would have had Cleveland 3. But there'd be something hilarious about them winning, not with Deshaun Watson. And obviously, I'd be super excited for the fan base. And then I have Chance's Lions at number 4. So that is in the kind of rooting for tier. The wouldn't mind tier has Nick's Dolphins. Congrats to Nick and the Dolphins. And then the Texans at number 6. In the meh tier, I go Chiefs 7, Rams 8, and 49ers 9. Sorry, John, I'd rather see the Chiefs win than your Rams. That's mainly because I don't want you to have another championship before I get mine. So
I deserve one. I've been alive longer. I deserve many.
And you have 2. Like, get over it.
I've seen more Cowboys championships than Rams championships, so we need to equalize that before anything else happens.
In the gross tier, the Buccaneers are at number 10 and the Packers are at number 11. No thanks whatsoever. In the please God no tier, that would be the Steelers of Pittsburgh. And then in the cataclysmic tier, it would be the Eagles of Philadelphia. That would be not
You
great.
might as well have named that tier it ain't happening anyway, so I don't even bother ranking them tier.
Yeah, well, I had to include them because I had to rank all 13. Nick?
Mine, I sent John the screenshot. Did you get that screenshot, John?
Oh, now, yeah, it's going to take a second here.
No, just read them off, Nick. It's fine.
So I stole John's bit because I really liked his format. So 1 through 4, I have the Lions, the Texans, the Packers, and the Bucks. And I know what you're thinking. Why the Bucks?
What the hell?
Because I think it would be hilarious for the Bucks to make it to the Super Bowl without Tom Brady the first year he's not there. Because I'm so over Tom Brady.
I mean, that would be funny. Sure.
And then this is the part where I steal John's bit. And then 11 and 12, I have the Bills and the Chiefs disrespectfully.
And then what about 13?
Sorry. So 12 and 13, it's the Bills and the Chiefs disrespectfully.
He's so bad at counting every time. How is it so
not only bad at counting, who spells? I mean,
he does that to disrespect them, John.
When we shorten the word Bucks, we
Bucks,
usually just use one C.
Yeah.
And Chiefs is spelled EIFS.
No, I know. That's the bit. I did it.
Okay. So that was done intentionally.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I disrespect the Chiefs.
So you still got it wrong because there's only 12 on here.
Amazing. This is incredible. Nick and math, they do not go together very well, and they never
go
will.
on the radio because I'm good at it.
No, we know. We can tell. We can tell.
All right. Well, it is time now for our playoff picks. And by the way, if you would like to that's the playoff draft. Sorry,
I don't want to see it.
I got to switch the slide. There's still time. You have until tomorrow, the first game. Actually, you could probably enter afterwards, but you'd lose points because we're accumulating points through the playoffs. So what we're doing is in our playoff pick'em, which you can go and register right now at 1620thezone.com. You're just picking the games this week, and it's not against the spread. You're just picking winners. Then those will be scored. Then next week you come back, and you'll pick those games, and those games will be scored, and so on and so forth until we get through the Super Bowl. And whoever has the most points, and there are tiebreakers in there as well. I believe the score tiebreaker is on this week's Philly-Tampa game. You will win.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be like the last game of the weekend would be my guess for every week moving forward.
So get registered now. If you haven't already joined our email club, do so at 1620thezone.com. That's the easiest way to get registered. Just click on the link for the Pro Football Pick'em, which is right there on the homepage at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
So
let's do it.
Well, you know what? Let's have Nick go first.
The vibes draft.
Friends, yesterday we had a question in content about the SI.com boys and how they all pick chalk.
Yes.
They all pick Ravens and 49ers. Ravens and 49ers. Friends, the Grum does not believe in chalk.
No.
And the person who believes less in chalk than anyone else is Nick Grimm.
Yeah, it is. Hell yes.
Tell us what you picked, Nick. Tell the radio folks who are not watching right now in the stream at 1620 The Zone TV at youtube.com. Tell us what you've done.
Chaos, John. I've created chaos in the AFC, which is
you have.
Which is fitting for how the AFC has been this season, honestly.
Okay.
So, for the wild card weekend, I have the Texans beating the Browns. The Chiefs beating the Dolphins. The Steelers beating the Bills. You know why? Screw the Bills, and it would be hilarious.
As 10-point dogs, it would be hilarious.
But I'm doing this to set up my divisional round. John and Josh, the Steelers match up against the Ravens. What are the Ravens bad at? Beating the Steelers. Screw you, Ravens. You're out of here. Screw you, Chiefs. You're bad. The only reason you're winning this weekend is because the universe doesn't want the Dolphins to win. They wanted to make the third coldest game ever for some reason. Texans beating the Chiefs. CJ Stroud kicks ass. New generation.
Nice.
That
if it is Steelers Texans the AFC Championship game, you need to put some money on this because those are some long ass odds.
They are indeed.
The Texans will beat the Steelers because the Steelers aren't good. They just kind of lucked their way into it.
Nice.
Now to the NFC.
In the NFC.
I feel like this is a little more rational. The Cowboys are beating the Packers. There's just no way around that. This is just going to happen. I like Jordan Love. That's
good
fine.
take, Nick. Very good take.
The Lions are beating the Rams because their quarterback wasn't even good enough to show up on my last list. The Eagles, I think, will beat the Buccaneers.
Sad.
Unfortunately, just because I feel like they're a little more complete. And I think the Bucs is a similar situation to the Steelers where they just kind of got in, but they're not. They shouldn't be. They were it.
Mm-hmm.
On to the division. It's Niners beating the Eagles. And then the Lions biting the kneecaps off of the Cowboys. So we get a Lions 49ers division round, conference round.
Championship game.
Game.
You got there.
The NFC Championship game.
But then the Niners are going to beat the Lions.
Oh, okay.
So then Super Bowl is 49ers at Texans.
At Texans?
Well, because the Texans are the home team this season, right? AFC?
Oh,
well, the AFC, yes, the AFC will be the home team. You are correct, but it is in Las
Vegas. Vegas, Nick.
Well, yeah, but they're the home team.
Okay.
So you've gone a very roundabout way of picking the 49ers as the champions in a very, very odd. I mean, Nick, if this comes true,
wow.
I mean, I'm hanging this baby in the Louvre. There's no doubt about it. I am hanging this bracket in the Louvre if this comes true.
I'm very proud of this that I've come up with. The whole reason I just want the Ravens to lose.
I didn't realize you. That's right, because
I've held a grudge for weeks against the Ravens, and
2
this
whole weeks.
would be the only thing that could make me feel better.
I would be very sad if the Steelers beat the Ravens. That would upset me greatly.
And I really like CJ Stroud, so I think it would be cool if the Texans went far. Because imagine a rookie quarterback winning MVP.
There's Nick's picks. We don't normally explain the title of the show, but the title of today's show is Who's the Homer Now? Well, boy, I wonder who that is.
See, now this is totally unfair because if I pick the Cowboys to lose a game, I'm sandbagging them. But then when I pick them to win a game, I'm a homer. All right, I'll go AFC first, just like Nick did. So in the first round of the playoffs, in the 4-5 matchup, give me the Browns on the road over Houston. In the 3-6 matchup, I'm sorry, Nick, give me Kansas City. And then in Steelers and Bills, obviously I'm going with the Bills there. So I like the Ravens over the Browns in just a narrative-filled divisional round matchup. And I like the Bills to finally beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes' first road game, and Mitch Holtz is being very triggered about that fact. Because in the Super Bowl, it's a neutral site game, even if it's played in the stadium of one of the teams. The AFC Championship game, John, on the first blush, I wrote down the Bills defeating the Ravens, but the Ravens are really, really good. I'm going to go with Baltimore. They cause some turnovers, and they make the Super Bowl. On the other side, in the 4-5, give me Philadelphia to beat the Bucs. I really hope I'm wrong on that one. In the 3-6, I like John's Rams to win. Obviously, the Cowboys are going to defeat Green Bay. I'll give you my score pick later on. I like the 49ers defeating John's Rams. And I swear to God, I do not want the Cowboys to play the Eagles. Riss and I had a conversation about it earlier. This sounds like hell. That said, obviously, give me the Dallas Cowboys to get their second win of the year.
Why would you want to play a game that's basically, this horrible division that's given us the Giants and Washington, now Philadelphia's trash. I mean, you talk about an easy path to the playoffs. You should be cheering your ass off for Philadelphia.
But John,
I would much rather play the Eagles than play Tampa Bay.
What if the Eagles won though? Then my life would be ruined. So no, thank you. I don't want her to have bragging rights for a whole year.
Put in a damn drum ball. If Dallas gets a third chance at Philadelphia, they're winning that game by 25. Guaranteed.
Well, they won the second one already. And then, yes, Dallas finally gets over. They beat the 49ers. They go to the Super Bowl, and they win the whole damn thing. This is why we're fans, not to pick against our teams in the playoffs. That would make us goobers like Nick. And I imagine, John, you're about to be a goober too when you give us your playoff pick.
You're calling us goobers. Look at your mascot.
Exactly. There's Slappy, the Cowboy mascot.
I don't
Who's
care.
the homer now?
You are, John. You said Matt Stafford is better than Patrick Mahomes.
I gave you actual good reasons for it.
They
What
weren't
happened
good reasons.
What happened the last time San Francisco played Dallas?
It doesn't matter. You
What
told me
happened
after
time
the game.
before that? What happened the time before that?
You literally told me in
Just
October.
whack
Sometimes,
the Cowboys
John,
if they
sometimes
play
weird stuff happens. Sometimes the team that's better wins, and then later on, the other team wins.
Weird stuff happens. Money
Wow, this is
exchanges.
incredible. Incredible.
All right, here's my bracket.
Oh,
We'll go
boo.
NFC first, the superior conference.
Boo.
Nice.
Whoa.
Eagles ain't winning, friends.
Nice.
Tampa. I like the Rams over the Lions. So that gives us Rams, 49ers, and Tampa, Dallas.
Homer.
Again, Dallas has a pathetically easy path to the championship game.
I thought
If
the
they don't
Packers
win
were
the
really good,
championship game,
though.
Bill Belichick is going to be the next head coach. Dallas, San Francisco in the NFC Championship. Frisco wins. AFC. I like Cleveland. I really wanted to pick the Dolphins, but this weather is
you
going to be
didn't.
brutal. My original pick had the Dolphins.
Don't lie to me, John.
No, it did. But the Chiefs are winning. So too are the Bills. So that gives us Browns, Ravens in the divisional. Chiefs, Bills. I'm with Josh. Bills get the win. Ravens get the win. But I'm picking Buffalo in the AFC Championship. And yes, ladies and gentlemen,
Boo.
there will be tables broken. There will be backs broken as people are falling through said tables. It will be the greatest cacophony of table-breaking sound this country has ever heard. Yes, friends, get the tables. The Buffalo Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. They've been on a roll the last 6 weeks. It's Destiny's Child right here. The Buffalo Bills.
Beyonce is way better than anything the Bills have ever done, John. The Bills are too inconsistent.
Who doesn't want to see remember how you get triggered about all the videos of people breaking their TVs? It'll be the exact opposite. It'll be nonstop Bills fans taking and sending their grandparents through tables.
No.
It'll be sending their infant children through tables.
Oh, take that, baby.
Glorious. It'll be glorious.
I don't want this. I hate everything about this. The Bills suck.
Oh, so there you go. We've refused to go with chalk. None of us wanted to go with chalk.
It's a lot more fun if you don't go with chalk. It'd be so boring if everyone was like, "Oh, 49ers, Ravens." That doesn't. Sound fun.
I like AFC chaos.
I don't. I'll be honest, Nick. I actually dislike your bracket very strongly.
Yeah, I
kind of despise it. It's not even the NFC side. It's the AFC side that honestly made me pretty angry. It's a lot of teams that I hate winning games. So no, thank you. And you didn't even pick the Dolphins.
Josh, they're not going to win. The Dolphins aren't going to win.
Neither are the Texans, Nick. The Texans are going to the Super Bowl.
What if they do, though?
The Dolphins are more likely to win this weekend than the Texans are to make the Super Bowl.
I believe that.
Nick, the Texans would have to win 3 games. 3.
Yes.
That's less likely than the Dolphins winning 1 game.
Half the Dolphins roster are dead.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
They're out.
Dead.
They don't exist.
That said, Nick, that was maybe the funniest 5 minutes you've ever had on the show. So props to you. It was
If
very
there's something
good.
I'm good for, it's a funny 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was or 15 seconds. Am I right?
Well, speaking of funny, someone's going to look funny here in another month, because in 1 month, this round of predictions will be over and someone is shaving their facial hair. We'll get you an update on these standings and this week's predictions with a slew of NFL picks to come. That's next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it? In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Near blizzard-like conditions for the remainder of your Saturday. Snow tapering off around 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, but blowing snow a factor throughout the remainder of your Friday night. Overnight tonight between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. may see another half an inch of snow on the ground from a small system, but temperatures thereafter are going to be frigid outside, not reaching above 0 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, be ready for slick conditions and whiteout conditions across the metro with the storm. Take it slow and be ready for delays. Some police activity has the right lane blocked on northbound Northwest Radial between Fontenelle and 48th. Icy conditions through there. Avoid it if you can. The stall has the right lane blocked on southbound 72nd at L Street. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 144th, and on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Love Languages, presented by Fernando's. 2 acts of service.
I made you tacos.
Come and feel the love at Fernando's, 75th and Pacific, 114th and Dodge, and FernandosOmaha.com.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 26th at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pinkout Game, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers. You can find details on 1620thezone.com and at cancer.org/pinkout.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Isn't that what the internet is for?
Moves to 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
The Grum's playoff picks, including Nick's psycho bracket, is just going up right now on the interwebs, on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. So you can all make fun of us at the end of the season when we're all wrong. Speaking of wrong, Josh went from hero to zero in 1 week after having a great week last week or 2 weeks ago. A very depressing 6-12 has shipped him into last place now. And remember, whoever finishes in last has to shave their facial hair at the end of this round, which concludes after Super Bowl 58.
Not great.
So it stands right now. I'm 3 up on Nick, 4 up on Josh. So it's still close. But Josh has slipped back just a little bit. All right, let's start with the
slip boy.
Let's start with the local basketball tonight. Nebraska at Iowa, the FanDuel line. Nebraska plus 4.5. I want to pick Nebraska in this game.
Yeah.
But there has been a concern that, trying to, come down from the euphoria of Tuesday night. It's a quick turnaround. It's a weeknight game. Now, I know it probably won't be very full in the Carver Hawkeye Arena because of the weather conditions. Iowa certainly plays fast. It is a 4.5-point spread in favor of the Hawkeyes. I'm going to pick Iowa. I don't feel great about it, but I just have a feeling Nebraska might still, be a little bit, euphoria high after Tuesday. I'll go with Iowa, but I don't feel great about it.
Last week, I was being condescending when I said I was going to pick Nebraska because everyone was saying they were good. This week, I am not being condescending. Give me Nebraska, and they get the dub.
Oh, interesting. I want Iowa because I want a point.
Creighton and St. John's. My friend Bart tells me this is a 5.5-point spread.
Why are you trusting Bart?
Yeah, I like Bort. Did you hear about Bort earlier, John? Bort called Kalen DeBoer to Alabama in October. Bart didn't do that.
Who are you picking?
Give me St. John's.
Give me Creighton.
I am. That's a deep spread, but I'm gonna go see you.
Wow, you.
Omaha, 2.5-point Bart favorites over North Dakota State, Nick.
Omaha.
It's a home game for the Mavs, John.
It is.
Yeah, give me the Gary Sharps. Give me Omaha.
Oh, nice.
Clean sweep.
All right.
Oklahoma plus 4.5 at Kansas. This is the lone top 10 versus top 10 matchup. KU's trying to bounce back after their upset loss to UCF. It's at the Fog. Give me the KU Jayhawks.
It's not going to happen again. Rock chalk.
Dang it. All right. We're all in agreement on this one.
All right. So on to the football. We have some props. Which of the 6 games this weekend will have the fewest combined points? Both teams. Fewest combined points.
By the way, real quick before we all pick, if you're looking just at the raw total, the game with the lowest total is surprisingly not Nick's game. It is the Steelers-Bills game, which is right now at 33.5 because of all the weather concerns there. But I'm going to go with Nick's game. Give me Chiefs-Dolphins.
It seems silly not to pick that. It's going to be cold.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to agree?
Yes.
I am going to go. I'm going to go different here because I think there will still be points. Give me. Let's roll a little bit here with Cleveland and Houston.
That was another one I thought of. Young
Cleveland,
quarterback,
Houston.
good defense. Yeah.
Which quarterback will have the most passing yards on Wild Card Weekend? I'm going to go Dak Prescott.
Wow.
Give me the best quarterback in the NFL, according to John. Give me Matt Stafford.
Oh, John, you took mine, but I think I might do a little sneaky.
Here we go.
Give me the Bills.
So Josh
Give me
Allen.
Josh Allen.
Wow, that's an interesting pick with all that snow there, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you 3 guesses. The first 2 don't count as to who proposed this question. Will any game go into overtime?
No.
Yes.
Josh is always going to vote yes on these. Now, there's 6 of them, and we have had a history of having some overtime games in recent years in the playoffs. You know what? For once, I'm going to actually go with Josh on this one. I think we'll get at least one win.
Wow.
I can't change an answer, can I? Are we locked in?
You're locked in. You want to change the Josh Allen answer, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We'll let you change the answer. What do you
want?
I do want Dak.
Okay. Here we go.
Watch Josh Allen throw for 400 yards.
That would be amazing. I would laugh so hard.
How many of these games are decided by 8 points or less? Nick?
3.
3 out of the 6. All right. I'm doing a little math in my head. I don't think that one will. That one.
Give me
go 4.
Oh, that was my pick. 2. Give me 4. I think we're going to have a good weekend of games.
Tyreek Hill receiving yards over under 86.5. I'm going under.
Yeah, a smart person would go under because Tyreek doesn't know how to catch anymore.
Well, call me an idiot then because I'm going over. I think he has a better game than he did in the first one. It's just not going to result in a whole lot of points.
The People's Rookie of the Year, Puka Nacua, Polynesian Cup. 7.5 receiving yards over his teammate Cooper Kupp, the People's MVP from there. People forget the last time Cooper Kupp was in the playoffs, he dominated every round. He was the Super Bowl MVP. But does Puka get 7.5 more receiving yards than Cooper Kupp this week?
Nick?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
So you're going to take Puka minus the 7.5.
Call me Puka boy.
I'm with Nick, man. I think he's going to have a really nice day. They're both going to have nice days.
You know what? I'm going to go with the OG on this one because it is the playoffs. It is Matthew Stafford. Those two have a nice little connection together. I'm going to say Cooper Kupp covers the 7.5. All right, to the games themselves. We start in chronological order. First game up Saturday afternoon, Browns at Texans. Cleveland minus 2.5. I've already picked. I think we all picked the Browns. Well, no, Nick did not pick the Browns.
Famously.
So we kind of know where we're going with this, right? Now, of course,
with
there is the spread too, but I'm going with Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm going. If it was 3 or 3.5, I think I'd go with Houston. But yeah, give me the Browns to win and cover.
Give me the Texans. I'll stick with it.
Nice.
All right, now again, we all picked the Chiefs, but can the Dolphins cover the 4.5? Josh?
Yes. Give me the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're gonna take
I think it'll be close.
Wow, you're so pessimistic about this game, Nick. I'm kind of surprised.
I'm going to see if I can steal a point here. Give me Kansas City to cover the 4.5. Steelers Bills Sunday afternoon on CBS. Steelers by 10.
Also, give me the Steelers.
Yeah, Nick picked the Steelers to win, so they certainly would have to cover.
To win outright, so I mean, you've got the 10 points in your pocket.
It's
you might
also
going to
be hella cold.
Man, I'm going back and forth on this one, John, because last year they beat the Dolphins, but that went down to the wire. They lost to the Bengals. They obviously, so they wouldn't have covered that one.
It's a bad team.
Give me the Bills. I like their ceiling. I'm infatuated with them.
I'm going with Buffalo as well to cover. All right, Josh, Packers, Cowboys. I mean, you probably think this game's going to end up, 50-10?
No, but you're in the neighborhood. So a couple of stats for you, John. One of the things that I wanted to do was I wanted to look at when these teams played in the 90s, because I think that's going to have a lot to do with what we're about to see on the field.
Oh, yeah, of course. Something that happened 30 years ago. Sure.
Yeah. So in 93, Dallas played them in the divisional round. They won 27-17. The next year they played them in the divisional round. They won 35-9. In 1995, they played them and they won 38-27. How about this before I give you my pick? I saw this from Bob Sturm. Since 2022 began, Dallas has scored 569 points at home in 17 games.
Nice.
They've allowed 304. That averages out to 33-17. The average of the games in the 90s averaged 33-18. Give me the Cowboys, 33-18. Get on out of here, Pat. All these Packer fans in my mentions, we're going to beat you. There's a reason that you were the 7 seed. Are you serious? If the playoffs were 4 years ago, you wouldn't even be in the postseason right now. Dallas by 2 scores.
The Cowboys, but I'm not going to go on some long rant. Josh manifesto. I'm not going to make a manifesto about it.
Oh, the Josh manifesto.
Give me the 7 points. Give me the good guys. I think they can backdoor cover this one. Also, the Packers are going to play this one slow, so I don't think the points will be as high in this one as Josh would like. Give me Green Bay plus the 7. Rams, Lions. Josh and I both had the Rams winning in our bracket, and they're getting the 3 points. So that's pretty easy. So, Nick, do you think the Lions cover the 3?
Yes, I do.
Oh, wow.
Biting kneecaps.
And then Eagles, Bucks. Again, if you're picking Philadelphia, you are backing the wrong side. Philly is done. D-O-N-E, done. Cook that Eagle goose. Tampa.
I'm going to go with Philly.
I feel like Tampa is just, I said it earlier, right? They're just kind of there because who else was going to be there?
Because it's a bad division, yeah.
Give me the Eagles.
I think the Eagles are going to run the ball.
Can they stop anybody?
Oh, probably not.
There you go. There's predictions. We got some differences this week, so there could
we do.
Could be a chance for some separation. Or does things get even weirder still?
You guys are going to look like idiots when I'm right about
when the Texans make the Super Bowl. We would look like idiots, and you would look like an amazing person. That won't happen. They're going to lose
let's
this
not
weekend.
go that far.
Okay, sorry, John. I apologize.
Coming up in content, speaking of predictions, we're going to make another prediction in content in regards to the Chiefs-Dolphins game. Also, the final season of Curb.
Oh my gosh.
And the trailer is out. We have an excerpt from the trailer of Curb Your Enthusiasm as we get ready to wrap up the show. Don't forget, send us your picks for your pro football picks. Get in right now. Go to 1620thezone.com. Click on that pro football pick'em, playoff pick'em link. You're going to be picking games each and every week. You're going to be scored each and every week. So even if you have a bad first week, you're not out of it yet. But you got to go there now, 1620thezone.com, and get registered. Also, make sure you send us a pic of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. Send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page so Nick can slide into your DMs, and you can win from us and 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans. We're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders. We're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community. We help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
My passion for the unborn comes from my own unplanned pregnancy. Dan and I have been together for over 45 years. We have 3 of the most beautiful children. My name is Marlis Patma. I'm the former president of Iowa Right to Life, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley for president. I've heard Nikki's story. She speaks with such clarity about the importance of life because for her, it's personal.
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children.
Nikki's a sister in Christ. She's pro-life. She has compassion and strength. I want a president with moral clarity who can restore our country, our pride, and our purpose. For my children and yours, please support Nikki Haley for president.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
Host is roasting every morning.
Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot-around and overtime shows, the Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jays shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Union Bank and Trust. Hear the breakdown and coverage about your top-ranked Creighton men's basketball team before and after each game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up 1-to-1 with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Before we get to the content, this is a classic example. I'm just loading it right now, so I'm stalling for time. Of somebody who knows their audience. We talked earlier during the crossover about how there's a lot of memes. There were memes out there about there was pictures of, barbecue places with the smoke rising and, people declaring, hey, we've got our new coach. Greg Byrne knows his audience. Greg Byrne, the son of Bill Byrne, former Nebraska athletic director, who is, of course, the athletic director at Alabama. This is what Greg Byrne just tweeted 30 minutes ago. The plane has left Seattle, #Roll Tide, and it is a picture of a Alabama barbecue with the smoke rising from the chimney. Josh, you're muted.
Keep forgetting to unmute myself. Is that a famous barbecue place down there? And the picture is also hilariously bad, so I feel like he's doing a very good bit. I thought it was very well played.
Yeah, so someone knows his audience, but the plane has left Seattle, of course, that plane carrying Kalen DeBoer. And speaking of that, Nick, it is time for content.
Jared Mayo, a.k.a. as Taste Budless John calls him, Coach Slime, is the new head coach of the Patriots. He becomes the youngest coach in the NFL. Meanwhile, Kalen DeBoer replaces the retiring Nick Saban. Which coach lasts longest at their new job?
Well, Mayo doesn't have much of a shelf life.
Boo.
I'm gonna go with DeBoer. I think DeBoer lasts longer at Alabama. I think, I'm not saying they're going to be a national champion right away, and Bama's going to have to show some patience, and I know that's going to be very difficult, but it is hard to keep a job in the NFL for very long. I'm going to go with Kalen DeBoer lasting longer.
Yeah, I think I agree with you here. I don't think that either guy is going to have anywhere near the success that the person that came before them had. I think the thing that's going to make it hard for Gerard Mayo is, it's just that roster has a lot of problems and a lot of fixes that need to be done. And so they're going in-house, man. They're going to someone who was, under the master for a while. So they're not going to get fresh eyes on the situation. And I'm really interested to see how that plays out.
This is the first time an NFL playoff game will be only available nationally on a streaming service that's also affordable and very intuitive.
Really?
What would you predict the Chiefs-Dolphins audience will be when the Peacock numbers are announced next week?
So I'm not a TV ratings guy, as we have famously discussed. So this will be a tougher one for me, just given that. So Bills Chargers, John, that was played the night before Christmas Eve. 7.2 million viewers back in December. Now that was a matchup of one good team and one horrible team on a night where people are probably doing some family stuff. Let's go more than double. Let's say that we get 16 million viewers, which would be a little above Amazon Prime's kind of average. But given that Peacock doesn't have as many subscribers as Amazon, I think that would be a good story to tell for the NFL.
The last thing I had seen was Peacock had in the neighborhood and probably on the low side of 30 million subscribers. So if that number to stay the same, you're saying over half of Peacock's current subscribers watch the game. Now, obviously, there will be new subscribers.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you do this. What did you say?
16. Give me 16.2.
I'll take the under. I think it's going to be about 16 flat. I'll take the under at your 16.2.
Bonus ratings prediction, by the way, because of how cold and horrible the weather is around the country, jacked up audiences across the board. It's going to be pretty crazy, I think.
Darius Slay of the Eagles says he might be good. Philadelphia is hitting the road for the playoffs after losing out on a division championship to the Dallas Cowboys, which people sometimes forget.
Oh, interesting.
It might be a good thing to go on the road, he said. They get to booing fast in Philly. Don't need the booze. Shots fired?
It sounds like this question is put on a tee for somebody that's not me.
Oh, so you don't have any takes on fans booing and the players being happy to play in a road atmosphere?
Boo them. They're horrible. They're horrible. You don't have to be a
Super
Philly
Bowl.
fan. You don't have to be an obnoxious Philly fan to boo these bums. This is a bad football team. They deserve to be booed.
It's pretty funny that he would rather play on the road in the playoffs than play in the friendly confines of the Link. I think it's hilarious.
They'll get a better reception in Tampa than they will in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong there.
Somehow, this entire week has gone by without a piece of news about Jim Harbaugh's future. Will we know what's next for him by Monday?
Man, I want to say yes, but I'm going to say no. I'm just trying to think of, what could happen this weekend. My guess is we're going to find out next week. I still like the Chargers to be the team. But, as I mentioned earlier this week, there have been a few whispers that maybe this could be the end of the Mike Tomlin era in Pittsburgh, that he could retire or at the very least resign. So maybe he's holding out for Pittsburgh, but I don't think we're going to know this weekend.
Yeah, so much has happened so quickly. Man, I think we wait until next week. I think if we haven't heard something by a week from now, then the chances of him staying in Michigan are really, really good.
John.
Yes.
What do you think of MLB.com's next 10 years of World Series predictions? Can you hold out until 2031?
What the hell?
Yeah, they've done the next 10 years of World Series predictions. The first thing that stood out to me, besides the fact that they have the Cubs winning in 2031.
The Dodgers are in there twice and one in 2025.
But that's
Toronto.
it. Only twice. I thought they were going to win every World Series now. And they are only in there twice? I'm sorry, but if you're paying that much money for a DH and a new pitcher and you're only in 2 World Series in the next 10 years and only win 1, that is a massive failure. Also, very optimistic, even presuming that they would make the playoffs because, as we know, Ohtani does not play in October.
I like this for a variety of reasons. Toronto making it fun. Baltimore making it multiple times also fun. And honestly, man, as a big fan of big markets, give me Cubs, Red Sox, and Cubs, Yankees. Dude, I'd watch every game of those World Series. That sounds great. Plus, John, I'd be in my 40s, which is prime baseball viewing age for me. I'm 43 watching the World Series with 68-year-old John Bishop.
Now, you want to talk about a couple World Series that would tank in the ratings? 2028, they have Mariners, Diamondbacks. No offense to Stibbs' Mariners.
Go Seattle.
No one's watching that. And look at 2033, Rockies, Angels.
Let's go.
Are the Angels planning to sell because there's no way that ownership group is ever going to be in a World Series.
Rocktober. Well, maybe the Rockies are there because they did finally decide to sell. The Libs in California.
Whoa, Nick.
I wrote this after listening to one of our commercials. Are seeking to ban tackle football for kids under 12. The bill, authorized by a Democrat, advanced out of committee and will be heard by the state assembly. The law is so needed that it would take effect until 2026 and not fully implemented until 2029. What are we doing here?
Honestly, I mean, we've talked about it before. Well, I think we have, John. Remember when we used to talk about the end of football? That was the early days of you and me on the
Oh,
Grow.
yeah.
If I had children, which I'm never going to have children, by the way, I would not allow my children to play football. So certainly below the age of 12, all the studies have shown that it's not very good for brain development and whatnot, playing tackle football before the age of 12. So I don't hate it, but I know that this would turn into a massive culture war issue, which I would rather not participate in.
Well, to me,
let their brains get scrambled, says John.
If it's so important, why are they delaying full implementation until 2029?
Great question.
I mean, it's not like there's a huge adjustment that has to be made here, that you have to grandfather anyone in. If it's that dangerous, it's not like we grandfathered in smoking laws or
you don't have to grandfather in 12-year-olds. The kids aren't 12 yet.
Exactly. So I don't think I doubt this will pass. Other states have already tried to do it, and it's gone nowhere. Now, California certainly would be one that, would probably have a better chance than others, but I don't think this is going anywhere.
The new Curb trailer dropped yesterday.
And here's about a 30-second, it was about a 2-minute long deal. Here's about 40 seconds of the Curb trailer.
I'm right.
Antibiotics.
Yeah, antibiotics.
And that gives men breasts. Larry could grow breasts.
I thought of Larry with breasts.
You get
Pretty cute.
It's
Pretty cute. I gotta be me.
That's what happens when people have sex. They say, I love you. You're very special.
People talk like that?
Yeah.
Men do that?
I'm going to be honest, I'm disappointed. I was expecting more from a childhood hero.
I really did the best under the circumstances of a person who hates people and yet had to be amongst them.
What's your enthusiasm about the final season?
I'm a little worried that it may
fall
short of previous seasons because, again, it's been a while. It's been
a while.
Years?
I think it was did it come out during COVID?
I thought it came out during COVID the last season.
I'll look it up real fast.
Now listen, I'll watch it. I was probably
2021, John.
I'm just worried that maybe too much has passed and they've run out of material. That's the thing about Seinfeld is they really did go out on a high note. Those last 2 seasons of Seinfeld, man, they were still peaking.
I'm sure
they got out
hilarious.
at the right time.
Shut up, Nick.
I'm a little afraid that this one isn't, but again, I'll watch and I'll hope for the best.
I'm a 10 out of 10, and I'll disagree with you, John, and from this reason, I'll give you a little data. They have had huge breaks before. At one point, they went from 2011 all the way to 2017. They went from 17 to 20 without having new seasons, so, this isn't new from them. I'm so excited. Our mics are muted when videos play. So one of the things that I yelled was the breasts when that first part was airing. I'm very excited. Very excited.
The breasts! The breasts!
According to Estately, is this run by Bart, John?
I don't know. Me, actually, Nick. This was me.
Your question.
The most famous Kevin in the state of Nebraska is Kevin Kukler. Are you buying this?
I was trying to think, John, of any other Kevin, that we have in the state of Nebraska. I couldn't think of any.
Well, it's such a laughable name. I mean, people usually make fun of people for that name. So
do they? They pick on kids?
Yeah, remember that kid Kevin in South Park?
I'm Gen Z Kevin.
I don't know if there's any Gen Z Kevin.
Honestly, I can't think of another Kevin that lives in Nebraska.
I don't know any.
A famous one.
I have an uncle Kevin, but he's in Iowa.
So congratulations, Kevin Cougar,
Congrats
the most
to
famous
Kevin.
in Nebraska. All right, when we come back, what's for dinner, and we wrap up the week on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook. And when it comes to the NFL playoffs, you got to win one game at a time. But for you on the FanDuel Sportsbook, one game can mean a lot of wins. That's right. Let me introduce you to a same game parlay with America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. They have all your favorite bets like money line, point spreads, but also a no sweat same game parlay. So here's what you do. You head into a game, you pick a couple anytime touchdowns, scores, maybe a quarterback to throw, an interception, and then a winner, and you've made yourself a nice little same game parlay. And then there's also the no sweat part of the same game parlay, which means when you combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday, you get bonus bets back if it doesn't win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Happer if you don't already have an account. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
I wish I could get this stupid jar open. Jars can be tough, am I right? Who are you? And how'd you get in my kitchen?
It's me, Flo, and I'm here to grant your wish of easily switching to Progressive and helping you get a discount that honors the time spent with your previous insurer.
Great, but what does that have to do with getting this jar open?
Nothing.
So you can't open this?
Oh, I just do insurance. Jars, I leave to the professionals.
Sign up for Progressive and opt into more savings. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the #2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Smashing into another guy over and over.
The 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right. What's for dinner? For us, it's pizza.
Ooh, homemade, or are you getting it delivered?
No, just the wife picks them up on the way home. So
a little bit of za.
Yeah, that may be the most popular snowed-in food ever, right? Pizza.
That or like Jimmy John's, I would venture to guess. We're doing homemade KFC bowls. So obviously much superior to
the
actual
superior chicken.
but homemade, so superior to your garbage chicken, John. So we'll be doing that. I'm very excited for it. Should be lovely.
I think I will be doing dino nuggets and rice.
Wait, what? Dino nuggets?
Yep.
Nick, why don't you just ask our boss who drove you to work and will take you home to stop by somewhere and get something else?
Because, he probably doesn't want to drive out here as much as he wants to, right? I don't want him to do that. I'd
To
feel
do
bad.
what? Take you to like a fast food place?
Yeah, I'd feel bad. He probably
he's
wants
already,
to get home.
He's already taken you home. You should feel bad for that.
Wow.
Well, if you stopped at McDonald's, you might be able to get the double Big Mac.
Ooh, color me intrigued.
Apparently, the double Big Mac will be, well, actually, it's not out yet, so you have to wait 12 days.
Oh.
It'll be re-released on January 24th. So basically, you're just doubling the patties, right? So instead of 2 of the little patties, you got 2. Then you got the middle bun, and you got 2, and of course, you got all the stuff in between. Now, I'm fine with this. I always thought the Big Mac needed a little more meat ratio. The problem is that extra slice of bread in the middle.
That's part
it's
of it, John.
unnecessary.
The bread.
Get that out of here. You know, back when I was in college, Burger King did, I think they called it the Big King, and it was a double cheeseburger.
That's me.
It was a double cheeseburger that had the sauce and the lettuce and the tomatoes, but it didn't have the middle bun, and it was good. Big Mac, get rid. I don't need the middle bun. It's just not necessary.
I've always thought the Big Mac was overrated and bad. Because it's got the bread in the middle, and then it's just loaded with the crappy lettuce.
Bread!
It's just loaded with the crappy lettuce, and there's a bunch of it. It's just all filler.
I haven't had one in a while, but now I kind of been craving a Big Mac. I'm not going to lie. A Big Mac right now kind of sounds tasty.
Not good.
I got to tell you, man, the Big Mac, it's good.
Overrated.
And I get it, Sad Husker fan. Yes, I can take the middle bun out, but when you're driving, that's a little difficult to do.
Also, that's kind of a cornerstone of the Big Mac.
I know.
Nick Jordan says he made you come in during a blizzard. If anything, he should be buying you dinner. I hope that our boss is listening. Maybe he would buy you dinner for braving the elements.
Well, he did get me breakfast.
Okay, never mind. He already bought you food.
Yeah.
What did you have for breakfast? I know it's what's for dinner.
What's for breakfast?
Ironically, I had a McGriddle for breakfast.
Wow.
A great choice. McGriddles are great.
A bacon McGriddle.
We love bacon.
I don't like their hash browns, though. I don't like the McDonald's.
Go Chiefs.
Okay. Josh, I'm not expecting the Dolphins to win. You can't hurt me.
Rams.
Go Cowboys,
Go
baby.
Rams. Go Rams. Go Rams.
Football game's so stressful.
Give Vince up, I guess. You're such a fatalist. Stay safe, folks. We'll see you Monday.
Bye.
Get that out.